agenda before I could do anything else. Kobe,
Good morning,
who's the
please.
Zoom user? Sorry to disturb you, Kobe. There's a hand, it's written Zoom user. Can you rename your gadget?
Oh, sorry, Chair, I'll do that.
Okay. Is it Priscilla?
No, it's Honorable Letlape.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Then let's get Kobe, then Letlape, you'll follow.
Morning, Chair, and morning, colleagues. It's good to be back after quite a long recess. I move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Letlape?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to yourself and colleagues. I move to second the adoption of the agenda.
Do we have a contra review? Can I see by a show of hands? In the absence of none, the adoption of the agenda has been duly adopted. And honorable members, as I've said, I'll do my introductory remarks a bit later. There's also the part that I wish to disclose, that you might not be surprised, obviously, because we've changed the items on the agenda. One thing that I want to make it clear, and it is one of my roles to make sure that the quality of the oversight we play over the department and its entity becomes the best. We had to defer some items which in the initial agenda, you had an item that we thought we're going to have the establishment of the strategic and special delivery unit, which we normally call it the SSDU. The upgrade or updated organogram of the department and the PMTE aimed at modernizing the department and improving the institutional capability. Also, we wanted a report on vacancy with specific focus on filling senior management and strategic positions. And we wanted also the ongoing challenges of ghost employees in the department and how they're going to address them. Lastly, we wanted the progress on the employees' lifestyle. But nevertheless, we had to write to the chair of chairs to request to remove some of the items because the report that we got, it was only of the report on vacancies that focuses on the filling of the management and the strategic positions, the ongoing challenges of ghost employees and the progress on employees' lifestyle. The first two that I spoke about, which is the SSDU and the other one, we could not get the report in time. And I want to state and remind the ministers, I've seen the minister is on the platform, that when we made an engagement, myself and him, we said at least by latest by Friday for a meeting that we hold on Wednesday, so that members could have time, and our support staff, as well as we've got the researcher and the content advisor to look at and advise correctly. Even ourselves as members, we need to satisfy ourselves with more information. So it becomes difficult for us members to do our own analysis and engage thoroughly and do our oversight work without disturbance or without rushing. So we wrote to the House Chair to remove or defer the items that we felt the report did not come in time. Therefore, later, when we deferred that and we got an approval, the minister and the deputy minister jointly, and we need to applaud that, jointly, they wrote a letter to the chairperson's office to request the removal or the deference of the items as well, because they've agreed that they are not ready or the report is not yet ready, without giving us more reasons. But I wanted to state that and emphasize, Minister, that, it's always disturbing. And you have been saying that even the last time when I met you, we raised the issue of a report that comes late. We have presented, or already we have also gave you even the next quarter program or this quarter program. That means I think if you are up to your task with your team led by the DG, all the report must have been compiled. So with that, it means we'll really need you to, one day you'll have to explain better. Not in this meeting, but we are making a call to you to say, is it a rebellious tendency or something else? Because we believe that you must give us a report in time so that all of us, members, support staff, can do their work in a proper way and we produce an oversight report that is of quality. But without much ado, I wanted to state that on my chairperson's remark to raise a concern. That report that comes very late, it becomes a problem to us. We also indicated in our letter to the House Chair and CC to the Speaker that in a number of times we receive report very late. And if you say at least latest by Friday, the end of the business, it becomes 4 o'clock. Sometimes we receive your report after 4, and we really ask ourselves, how are we working together? As much as we have a role to support you, but do you really respect the committee or the parliament? Because as a committee, we represent the entire parliament. Honorable members, allow me to move to the next item, which is apologies and will be given by the Secretariat. Priscilla, do you have official apologies?
Good morning, Chair. There are no official apologies. Thank you.
The next item is the introduction, which I'm not sure how to do it, because I have the feeling that we are still the same member, but let me check with Ngumalo. Honorable Ngumalo, are you on the platform? Or Priscilla, can you confirm that we reach the quorum to proceed with the meeting?
Chair, yes. Good morning, Chair, and everyone here. Yes, I'm on the platform. Thank you.
Babu Ngumalo, I have not seen a letter that shows a replacement of Kabazela, or is she still in the platform?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure. I haven't yet been advised on anything regarding that. So I was going to speak to our chief whip and find out from her as to whether she's still a member of this committee or what is going on, or there's going to be a replacement anytime soon. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. It was informal the last time when I spoke to her. She said they will replace, but let's not entertain it because it's not fully or formally communicated to us. The introduction, it was meant for new members, if there's any. But allow me to ask the team that is led by the minister to introduce themselves. We are still the same members and we believe they know us all. Minister, can you introduce yourself? It's just an introduction and your team.
Good
Please.
morning, Chair. Good morning to yourself, honourable members. The team is today myself, the Deputy Minister, the DG, the DDG for GRC, Mr. Maslangu, the Acting DDG for Corporate Services, Mr. Maremi, the DDG for CPM, Ms. Luyana Kafile, and the DDG for Real Estate Investment Services, Mr. Mandla Satole.
Thank you for the introduction. The next item, it's matters arising. Honorable members, you'll remember we've been moving or deferring the item, which is very much important of resolution tracking. I'll request Priscilla to go through our resolution tracking, then I'll open for members to add and raise their matters arising on that. Priscilla, you ready?
Chair, I'm struggling to flight, but can you give me a few minutes?
Did you send to members the resolution tracking?
Yes, Chair, I did send them via the email and also WhatsApp. I can resend them again via WhatsApp and email. They were circulated previously.
No, I'm asking on the basis that you are struggling to flight, you can go through them without flighting them if you are still struggling. But if you manage to get them right, you can still flight them.
Chairperson, Honorable Kobe's hand is up. I'm just drawing your attention to that.
Thank you so much. I did not notice, Honorable Kobe.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thanks, Honorable Bath. Chair, I just wanted to quickly, sorry to take you back, just to draw your attention to the apologies. I want to informally just register my apology. I'll be traveling between 11 and 12. I'll be offline then, but I should be able to resume with the meeting at 12 when I land. Thanks, Chair.
Noted. Priscilla, you can start.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Chair.
Resolutions
Sorry,
and
Chair. Sorry, Chair.
Jim?
Yes, may I also register the apology that maybe at 10:30 I will request just to be out and join again, maybe after 11:30 or so. We are going to Kwatukuza on Siahlola in preparation for the handover of the Home Affairs there. Thanks.
Thank you. We have noted that, DM. Pri, you may proceed.
thank you, Chair. Chair, the submissions that we have received from the department through the Minister's office is the resolution on point 31.2 on NCC and PCC, and also resolution number 31.4 on the Ghost Workers report, and resolution 35.6.5 on the EPWP monitoring report, and resolution 34.1.1.b SDP report, and the ICT report on business system on resolution 34, and the resolution on number 32 on the IDT additional information, the IDT Bumalanga HC latent defects, and the structural investigation report, Chair. And also on the 31.1.1D on the acting appointments, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable members, there's the resolution tracking, responses and outstanding questions that we received from the department. Can I get an indication and a show of hands whether there is a member who has a matters arising or rectification or follow-up? Honorable Bath?
No, thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to make or to commend rather both Priscilla. I think we've all received the documentation not only via email but also on WhatsApp, and I must say Priscilla's been administratively very effective, and I think she must be commended for that. But also, yeah, just a thank you to the department for submitting all of those resolutions from the resolution tracker. From my side, I'm not too sure. I don't have it open in front of me, so I don't know if there's anything still outstanding. Perhaps Priscilla can indicate, but I just wanted to make those 2 points. Thank you.
In the absence of any other hand, and I believe the minister has noted the comment from the department to forward or to submit, and also the comment to Priscilla. Can I get an indication in adopting the resolution, the acceptance holistically from members? You have just made a comment. There was no appreciation in saying we are noting as a committee. Can I get a noting from members before I move to the next item?
Happy to note, Chairperson. Thank you.
Can I
Noted,
get
Chair.
a second?
Okay, Chair.
thank you.
Chair, I'd like to also support to say Priscilla also serves on the transport portfolio, and she does administratively very well. So she's doing both roles, but she's doing them excellently. So I would like to support Honorable Bath, really. She's doing excellently. Thank you, Chair. Noted.
I wish we were the ones who will make the final decision to appoint fully, but let's appreciate the comment. As all of you, there's no contrary view. Let me move to the next item. Priscilla, can you bring it back, flight the agenda? The next item, it's where we're gonna get, we have to be presented the third quarter program. Priscilla, can you do that so that members can adopt or make rectification on that? Pre or SHRAPE, the third quarter program, which is a very short quarter. It's only 4 weeks starting from this week. On the 29th, we're gonna go again on constituency.
Chairperson, I'm not sure if it's visible on your side.
Visible,
It is.
Priscilla.
Are you gonna talk to it, Shreep or Priscilla?
Chairperson, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Priscilla, please ensure that you do this one. And Chairperson, I just want to refer to the watermark that we will remove, as well as these colored ones. Apologies to the committee for that. But Priscilla will talk to this. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, as the agenda is flighted, the program is flighted. The first item on the program as of today is the briefing by the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure on the turnaround strategy to improve institutional effectiveness and strategy. We have removed item number 1 and 2, Chair. Apologies for not excluding it on this program. Then the third item is report on vacancies with focus on filling senior management and strategy positions in the DPWI and PMTE. The ongoing challenge of ghost employees in the department and strategies to address it. The progress on the employee lifestyle audits and consideration and adoption of minutes. Then on the 12th of August, Chair, it will be the briefing by the DPWI and PMTE under the utilization of telecom towers and other state-owned buildings while the government continues spending billions on the private leases. Report on all active leases, consideration and adoption of minutes. Then on the 19th, Chair, it will be the chairperson's meeting, so the committee won't be convening any meeting on the 19th of August. The committee will convene its meeting again on the 26th of August on briefing by the DPWI and PMT on strengthening Operation Bring Back to cover illegally occupied and unlawfully transferred state properties. And the last item, consideration and adoption of minutes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. There is the program of this quarter. Can I get the indication of adoption, discussion of the program? Honorable Delange, can you raise your hands, honorable members, so that I can, Honorable Matikizela, Ngumalo, then in that order.
Morning to you, Chair, to honored members, the Minister, and all the managers present today. Chair, I've looked at this program that has been presented to us. I then move, because it is clear and simple, for it to be adopted by the committee. Thank you so much.
Matikizela.
Baie dankie voorsitter. Goeiemôre almal. I do want to suggest a slight amendment. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, senior officials and colleagues. Chair, I think maybe on the 26th of August, I would like to suggest maybe that we just get a feedback on where the legislations that are undergoing some amendments are, so that we can track them. That is my suggestion. Your CBE, your CIDB, and the infrastructure. That's my suggestion.
Honorable Ngumal.
Chair, no. Greetings again to everyone that is here. I was actually going to move for the adoption of this program for the third term. Thank you.
Madikizela, can you lower your hand or you still want to come back? I thought the way we have started the meeting, honorable members, it's Women's Month. It started with Kobe and Litape with a high mood. So I thought they're going to come in on this one as well. But I want to say happy Women's Month. Honorable members, the proposal, there's nothing that is contrary or you are disputing against the program. The proposal from Honorable Madikizela is an addition on the feedback on legislation or the tracking of the legislation that is before us. Honorable Madikizela, I want us to look it in this way. Are you saying we need to remove the operation bring back, or you want them being two? But if they are two, they become so dangerous. The legislation needs time, needs us to focus.
Recording in progress.
Sorry for that. My apologies. I was trying to change the gadgets. My apologies for that disturbance.
Chairperson?
Yes.
Just to respond to your question.
Yes.
No, I don't want the item that is on the agenda to be removed.
Okay.
And for me, it was just to get a feedback of where these legislations are. Look, the part of the reason why I'm suggesting that is that there's a tendency of legislations, following the process and then they get lost because we don't get regular feedback on those legislations. So for me, it was not a matter of us maybe spending a lot of time discussing them, just to understand where they are, because part of the commitment that was made by the department, some of these legislations must be completed by the end of the term. So that's the only suggestion I was making.
Honorable members, there is a proposal. Can we add? Can I get indication from other members if we can add the item that is being proposed? But before, members, let me be honest with you. The initial program that we have sent out before, all our meetings were physical. And physically means we will be on one-on-one, we could see each other, and whether there is something in camera or not. Then there came a proposal from your good self to say, because it's election mood that has been activated, and also we are politicians, the issue of working the ground on our different political parties, it's allowed because we are politicians. There is a proposal or a request to go fully virtual. And I agreed, honorable members. Then we wrote to the House Chair, he approved. What I want to bring, it's on the, Priscilla, can you move it down? Just move the agenda down. On the next week item, which is the telecom towers, don't remove it fully. Still bring it as a flight it. I had an engagement with the minister. And if you remember this item, it just coming back. I think it might be for the third or the fourth time, or not the second, it might be for the third time, where we requested this. I want you to do the program, not the agenda. Flight the program. The last time when I checked, we were requested to say they are not ready with reasons, legal reasons. And in my discussions with the minister, he requested the meeting to be in camera because they still have, they are having further investigations. And I agreed. But based on your good self, honorable members, to request a Zoom meeting, we said as Manco and we discussed it, we have sent the team or the support staff to go and meet with the IT gurus to check whether the meeting can be secured as we have agreed with the minister as in camera or privately. They were still waiting for a response. And all as well as because it's a forensic, we requested the legal team of parliament. We are still waiting, but they are ready, the legal team, for the report. And when I spoke to the minister, I indicated that the message that I conveyed, they need at least 2 weeks prior to scrutinize the report, the legal team of parliament, to deal with the report, and it must come before that, noting that it must be confidential and not release any information, as even the meeting will be in camera. Unfortunately, we have not received the report, and which already the 2 weeks it's gone. Meaning whether it can come today or tomorrow, it will never serve the purpose of next week, which is the 12th of August. 2 is that while we are still waiting for the team, with the proposal of Honorable Madikizela, I'm of the view that honorable members, let's remove the item of the 12th of August. That's my proposal, subject to your approval, and get the feedback on legislation on the 12th and remove the telecom towers with consideration of being it private. Needs document must be secured as the minister has requested with different letters and with their reasons, and we consider that, while also we will be waiting and consulting with the legal team of parliament and the IT, and we propose that in the next term, let it be physical. That is my proposal before you, honorable members, in terms of this program, this quota program. Can I get an indication through yourself, Honorable Letlape, Honorable Bath, in that order?
Thank you very much, Chair. I firstly wanted to agree that getting a feedback on legislation and its progress shouldn't be a very big item. I think what Honorable Madikizela was trying to request for was that we get a progress of where we are in terms of legislation, because we're not going to be discussing what needs to be put into the legislations. We've made those proposals before. We just need to know how far we are with it, because we did raise an issue of legislation taking a full term to the next one for it to finally be implemented or be tabled. And that is why we would want to get consistent progress in terms of legislation and where we are and what might be glitches that make it difficult for us to proceed. But I also want to come to the second one. You mentioned that I know we're supposed to get a forensic report on telecom towers, but the wording on the program says the underutilization of telecom towers. I was not of a view that we're actually getting a forensic report, which, by the way, has been referred back so many times. And I don't think that we would be doing justice to this committee and to South Africans as well if we're going to consistently take it back. I don't know what the reasons are. I may not have seen the letter that the minister and the deputy minister wrote, but I don't know what would be any other reason why this forensic report would not be ready at this time. We have taken it back almost 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. And the issue of a virtual platform, when we requested for a virtual platform for these committee meetings, yes, it's because we're in election time. We need more time to be in our constituencies. But when there's an item like this, particularly on telecom towers, that we have referred back so many times, that needs to be tabled, there can be that reconsideration of maybe wanting to sit physically. It's just 1 week in the entire folds that was supposed to be in Parliament, that we would be going to Cape Town to go and sit and receive this forensic report. It has been taken back for too long, Chair. And if we are now again going to refer it back to the next term, I'm really worried about that. And I'm also worried about our role playing oversight in this particular item. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Bath.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think Honorable Lehlape does raise an important point. Having a look at the agenda and the way that it is worded, it actually doesn't speak to the forensic report. It speaks to the underutilization as well as other state-owned buildings. So I think we do need clarity on what that item specifically was going to cover. But if we are speaking about the forensic report, then absolutely agree with Honorable Lehlape, and I'm sure with everyone else that meeting would have to be in person, and I don't think anyone would object to meeting in Cape Town for such. In terms of Honorable Matikizela's recommendation, I'm happy to support that, Chair, but I also don't think it has to take too long. So whether we have the item or we delay it till the next term, I think we'll be fine either way. Thank you, Chair.
Bongi, then I'll give it to Shraip when we are done, all members. Honorable Matikizela, then.
Thank you, Chair. I like the way you call me. Bonga.
My apologies.
No need to apologize. Chair, I think I'm partly covered by both Honorable Lehlape and Honorable Bath. Because, I mean, it is true. What I suggest is that it's just a feedback. We were not discussing the legislation itself. We just want to track these legislations to make sure that they are completed on time. Now, again, on this issue of the report, I fully agree with Honorable Member Lehlape because, I mean, underutilization of telecom towers, I mean, that we can discuss online. There's nothing there. I mean, there's nothing sensitive there. But the forensic report, which is what we are interested in, is really something that I fully agree with the minister, given its sensitivity. But maybe the minister must just tell us whether, because the chair is making a suggestion that we discuss this report next week. Can we, I mean, will the minister be ready in his department for us to discuss this next week in person? Because I think all of us agree that given its sensitivity, we can only discuss it in person. But honestly, we are interested in the forensic report, not necessarily the issue of underutilization of telecom towers, which has been discussed, many times. Thank you, Chair.
Mankosi Dlelange.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to your good self, my colleagues, the Minister, Deputy Minister, and all members present in the platform. Chair, one must support the issue of bringing back the legislation and check the progress. That one is our own thing that we spoke about it a long time, and we'll still speak about it now, because the interest of us is to make sure that those legislations are being dealt with. But I was coming to support you, Chair, when you are saying, let's bring the matter back next week on next week, Wednesday on the 12th, and deal with it and get that report of the legislation and make time for the forensic report. On the forensic report, I fully agree with members that that one we must deal with it physically. We must not be in virtual. We must deal with it physically, Chair. Thank you so much. I submit.
Honorable members, I want to request this because we are live streamed. When you speak, can you switch on your videos? It's or let me start by myself as well. I've just received a notice from the communication side that let's try to switch on our videos, then we can proceed. Honorable Delange.
No, thanks. I noted what you just raised. I think Honorable Ethel Ngosi have covered me on areas that I wanted to raise, because I agree with the fact that or the issue raised by Honorable Kobe, such as she. We can discuss lists and other things on the 12th. But of course, if we also agree on how to handle, I'm covered with how to handle the telecom towers forensic report. I'm happy, Chair. We can move forward.
Unfortunately, Minister, this is our program. I'm not gonna give you a time. I'll allow, just hold on. I'll allow Shuraib to come in.
Chairperson, my apologies for going in front of the minister, but also my apologies to everyone for speaking. Because we should by now, Chair, have been busy with the report on vacancies, ghost employees, etc. I'm switching the mic off because I mean this camera off, just to ensure that I am connected right through. Chair, I want to assist in this way, that we not be arrested by the issue of the forensics report. Because right now, today, for instance, because we're not going to solve it in this meeting. Also, just to remind us that that forensics report is the minister and the DG and the administration's effort. It is part of the effort to strengthen weaknesses that the AG also referred to, that manifests itself in material irregularities. Now, let's park that. And let us perhaps just something about oversight and overseeing executive action as in the Constitution. It is our duty to not just see it as an adversarial action of the against the executive. It is not like that. It is actually part of an ecosystem, to use the AG's words, where we address oversight to strengthen, to identify weaknesses and to strengthen it. And so I want to say, Chair, that the item today and the item of underutilization. And when we then get to the forensics report, they are all actually about strengthening in order to deliver better. There's a letter that was sent by the Speaker to the Minister on leases for the Department of Women, people living with disabilities, youth, etc., in the Presidency's office. And that is directly involving our mandate as a committee. But it also involves mandates of other departments. So the issue of functional accommodation is Telkom Towers, but it's also the forensics report. But let us not be arrested with a forensics report and the method in which we're going to deal with it. We can address that as ManCo and report back to the committee. So all the stuff about legal, etc., Chair, and physical, etc., we can address that at another time, so that we can just get back to the turnaround strategy, vacancies and ghost employees, and then the lifestyle audits, because those three things will already assist us a lot. I want to also just say that the issue that we need to hear from the Minister and the department regularly about is progress with legislation, so that they are strengthened as well. But that is also something that ManCo is. So, Chair, just to assist that we can get back to our thing, and that we use the committee time for the purpose that we set out in the agenda. I think the agenda has been adopted. So I think we should go ahead, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Shrey. Honorable members, with the clarity that even yourself, we assisted each other, is that the meeting of the 12th, it's a report, even though Letlape said we've been getting that, the underutilization of Telkom Towers. It still stands, and as we continue and with the issue of private leases, and I get with the explanation that was made later, the minister and the DG, they now understand what we've put it there, which will discuss the forensic and communicate with them later. It's not a forensic. The resolution tracking of legislation, I think, Priscilla, we are agreeing, members are agreeing that it must be put on the last meeting. You can put it in on the 26th meeting, the feedback, just include it there. Letlape, did you raise your hand again?
Yes, I did, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Chair, I don't have a problem with what you have just stated now. I just have a problem with when we're discussing this program, there is also a platform for us to make amendments. And I think that's how we raised our hands to discuss the proposed program that is before us. And for someone to say that we can't be arrested by a Telkom Towers forensic report is wrong. We're discussing the program, and this committee also needed clarity on, are we only dealing with the underutilization of Telkom Towers and leases and all of that? And if we can get confirmation from yourself, Chair, that you are going to table a forensic report on Telkom Towers. That's what we needed clarity on, not for people to insinuate that we are arresting the whole committee meeting because of something that has been discussed in ManCo. If it was discussed in ManCo, then you could have already told us that, no, in fact, we're only discussing this item, and there's going to be an item on forensic report. That's what clarity we needed. Because the last time we spoke about Telkom Towers was when a forensic report was retracted and taken back and said that we're going to discuss it at a later stage. For whatever reasons were stated by the department not to be able to table that report. And that is why I'm saying, can we not be misunderstood and made it as if we're wasting time of the committee? This is the right platform to discuss a proposed program that has been put before us, to discuss it and adopt it with an understanding that if there are outstanding issues, are they going to be discussed or tabled or addressed at a later stage? I just wanted to put that clarity on. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Numan.
Thank you, thank you, Chair. Considering the fact that this report, the forensic report on telecom towers, has been taken back to such an extent that we never had an opportunity to discuss it, can we get a commitment from both the minister and the DM as to whether on the proposed date, are they going to be able to provide us with the forensic report? Because I hate a situation whereby we will come into that meeting and be told that no, because of A, B, C, and D, we can't give you that report. So I just want to find out if there will be, are we going to be able to get that report? Thank you.
Honorable members, I think when I started with the issue of telecom towers, I've gave reasons why we can't have telecom towers next week as a forensic. But if it's in a form of just wanting an update, why is it underutilized, which is not a forensic, we can proceed. And also with reasons why do we still continue paying billions on private leases, and the update of the leases, as Shrebe said, there was a letter as well to say how far with the leases that has been approved currently, we can put that in. If it's a forensic, honorable members, I want us to understand each other. Already it falls out because there's no time anymore. The forensic, it's a legal thing that we also requested a legal opinion and a legal assistant from Parliament. And if they have not seen that, it might be difficult for us to proceed next week. Yes, you can come and we agree to go as physical, but members, are you still going to be fine with the fact that you have been not given much enough time to peruse or deal with the report, which is something else? So for me, and also with the request of our support team, is that they need time to look into that. The issues allow me to say next week, if really we are going to proceed with the telecom towers, it can be a forensic. It will be the wedding, the way you have said it, Letlape, when you start, or if it's in this wedding, but you also went further to say we have been given reasons of the underutilization. We went there as a committee, and in the beginning of the term, SAPS is no longer even interested in this building, and which are other things. So it can be a forensic, which allows us to even proceed with it on a virtual platform. There's nothing forensic, as even Matikizela have said. So the only time, Babu Numan, it's when your question will write formally, and I don't want to open and allow the minister to engage on this. This is our program. It can be correct. We're not going to allow him to respond now. We'll write a letter to him. Before we could write that, we'll sit as Manco and write a letter and propose dates. We check his availability and the team. They told us the report is there. We've been knowing the report has been there. but there are issues that they're still doing further investigations. So the date that will come up, we'll have to make them to say, this is the available date, and will come and present to the committee. But in terms of the program, honorable members, I want us to note or you request you adopt it as we've made amendment of the two, of one actually including where you are including the resolution tracking of the legislation, or we proceed with getting the telecom towers report on how the underutilization that we already know. So this is what I'm asking to you, members. Do we still proceed with the telecom underutilization of telecom towers? Because we know the reasons why it's still underutilized, but then we'll want to understand and the strategy going further. Why are you still spending billions on private leases, and how far with the leases? Then I'll have to open it up again, so that when you make suggestion, you also consider that I need us to adopt the program. I'll go back again, Honorable Matikizela, Numalo, then Letlape.
Chair, I think we must just leave then the agenda as it is. We will do this report virtually, the underutilization of telecom towers, because from what you are saying, if the forensic report is not going to be ready next week, then we might as well just attend virtually and discuss the item on the agenda currently. That is my suggestion, Chair. Thank you.
No. I forgot to lower my hand. Sorry. So I was not going to say anything. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. I think the way you have given us clarity, we do agree that we can leave it as it is. But if we can just plead to yourself, Chair, for a much more urgent commitment to tabling the forensic report, and maybe whilst we're at it, you can just on your side check if the department is ready to table that forensic report, and if it is, let us please make it a priority that as soon as we come back in the fourth quarter, in the fourth term, we prioritize the tabling of that forensic report, which is going to be physical. Thanks, Chair.
I've noted the comment that we make sure in the next quarter, it will be a priority. It must be a priority. And it's one of the discussions that must be put to Manko. Khadija, can you note that? I want to take it with the sense of the discussion fully. The report has been duly adopted with an amendment of the feedback on legislation tracking. Priscilla, did you capture that?
I've captured that, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yes, our program has been duly adopted. Let's move to the next item, which is the report from the department on the 3 items that we have agreed upon. And I want to request the minister and the DM. You have to agree to yourself to make your political remarks. Whether the DM starts and minister will follow, and your political remarks, we're gonna give you 5 minutes that you're gonna share amongst yourself. Then we'll allow the DG and the team to do a presentation, both the 3 items, which they have 45 minutes to talk to their board. Minister, and the DM, you decide who comes in first, or you agree it's an executive. I put you as a team.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to yourself. Good morning again to the DM, to our officials, the DG, DGs, honorable members. It's good to be with you. I also did follow some of your campaigning, honorable members, and it looked like it was a busy constituency period. Chair, just maybe just some notices from us that we would hope the committee can be involved in. We obviously have a number of important events coming up this month, being Women's Month and the SASSA conference. And we would really hope to have the support, particularly of the female members of the committee at the ERIC Awards, which will be in Johannesburg on the 18th, where we celebrate women in construction, and then the Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium, which is our premier infrastructure event, which will be held from the 23rd to the 25th. And the committee is invited to the plenary session on the 25th. Chair, what is being tabled here before you will be presented by the DG and EG, and seeks to deal with a number of important points that are before the committee, particularly around the vacancy position and what we are doing there to fill those outstanding positions, and the work that is underway in that regard. In terms of the funding of the organizational establishment, I also just want to tell the committee that we had a very good meeting with National Treasury last week, where they are also going to be a part of some of the reform issues that we are undertaking within the department, and we certainly welcome them answering some of the important questions that we have on user charges and also the issue of non-payment. So we have taken that up directly with Treasury, and I think that that will assist the committee in better understanding some of the work that we are doing there. Chair will also take you through the work that we are doing on lifestyle audits and how that is progressing, and I'm sure that the committee will be pleased with that work, as well as the issue of ghost employees and where we are on that, because we have to ensure that every cent that we can save is done so. So, Chair, noting that I only have 5 minutes, and that also I'm sure that the DM would like to make a few comments before he goes on his oversight, before we launch the renewed attempt to finalize the construction of the Home Affairs Office in Stanger, which is one of our priority projects. Chair, let me hand over to him for his remarks, should he wish to do so, and then we'll get into the presentation and take questions as we go along. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, greeting the Minister, the Chair of the Portfolio Committee. I think I will make some contributions during the presentations. Thank you, Honorable Chair and members. Thanks, Minister, and thanks to all.
Thank you. You, DG, you can start with your presentation and your team. Bear in mind the 3 report. While you are talking to it, you only have 45 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope I'm audible. Good morning to all honorable members. Good morning to the executive of the department, the minister, the deputy minister, and also the colleagues and also portfolio committee support staff and everyone. Chairperson, thank you very much. We will start with the presentation from corporate services, and Mr. Molate Moremi will take us through, and let me allow him through you, Chairperson. Mr. Moremi.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, members of the committee, and the colleagues in the meeting. I'm going to be making a presentation on the filling of SMS positions in the department. I'm trying to share the screen, hoping it's visible. The presentation is on the screen, Chairperson. Just to move to the first slide, to say that the purpose of this presentation is mainly to brief the portfolio committee on the filling of senior management and strategic management positions within the department and the PMTE. As a way of introducing the topic around senior management, I'll just start by showing first the numbers as they relate to the entire department in its entirety from level 1 until level 16, to say that we have a total of about 4,874 positions that are filled, and we have 1,098 that are vacant, and the total establishment of the department is sitting at 5,972, sitting at 18% vacancy rate. Coming to the issues around the SMS positions from level 13 to level 16, we have a total of 173 that are filled. We have 67 vacancies, and a total of the establishment is sitting at 240 with 28% vacancy rate. Just to give a bit of a breakdown in terms of slide 5 is to say that our overall vacancy rate is sitting at 18%, PMT accounting for 18%, and the department at 19%. The vacancy rate at SMS is at 28%, and all these vacancies that are there are mainly as a result of the moratoriums that we have had on the filling of vacancies as part of the transition from the 6th to the 7th administration, the long-term impact of the National Treasury and DPSA cost containment measures that ran between 15 September to 31 March 24 and extended to the 31st of March 2025. Also, there has been a number of policy changes and system changes wherein we've had to implement the new job evaluation system, which was introduced on the 1st of April last year, which required us to do job evaluation on almost all the positions in the department. We also had a challenge around the email job applications, resulting in increased administrative burden, which I will deal with as I talk to issues around the e-recruitment system. Further to it is that we've had exits as well, wherein we have transfers out, retirements, resignations, contract expiries, and natural attrition that has also caused some of these vacancies to be higher. The highly centralized delegations are impacting on the turnaround times on the filling of vacancies still remains a challenge, but I will talk to that as I talk to the amendments to the Public Service Act and the implementation of phase 1 of the voluntary exits and the ERP, which have in one way or the other resulted in exits that we had as at the end of the financial year 25-26 on the 31st of March. We have lost about 3 SMS members. And in terms of the phase 2 that we're implementing in the current year, we are planned to lose about 9 SMS members by the 31st of January 2027. All these issues impact much on the filling of vacancies and the closing of the vacancy gap in the department. The filling of positions within the department, we're doing it in line with our current organizational structure that was approved in 2016. And the department has prioritized PMTE positions as well as some of the positions in the department. The department further took a decision that all vacancies that were vacated as at 1 April 2018 moving forward should be regarded as vacancies that are funded. Just to give a status in terms of where we are on the filling of vacancies, we have 64 vacancies, Chairperson, and those that are approved for advertising currently are 5. There are 7 positions that are waiting shortlisting, which are going to be done now in August. There are 2 positions that were filled through placement, and then there are also positions that were filled through secondment, which are mainly positions in the ministry. There are 3. Then we also have posts that have been reprioritized for funding. And we also have 2 positions that we're going to be filling through headhunting as one measure that we've introduced to ensure that we are able to get the kind of candidates that we're looking for, to ensure that we do not advertise and get cancelled and re-advertise again. So the list continues in terms of where we are in terms of that. There are positions that I can say they've been interviewed and there's still a probity audit, 9 of them that would then be filled very soon. There are 6 that are not yet advertised. And then there are also positions that are going to be filled through transfer, which is 1. Where we have issued offers, where we have concluded the recruitment process, we've got about 6 positions in that regard, and 6 of them are going to be re-advertised. And there are 9 that are in response handling, 2 to be filled through transfer, and 1 which is still under work study investigation, which is the position of the CIO, which we are in discussions with the DPSA to try and finalize this matter. So the notes on slide 8 would then give a total in terms of summarizing the slide in slide 7, which will then say a total of 19 senior management positions were interviewed between April to date, of which 7 were filled from April to date. 6 senior management positions were approved on the 24th of July by the minister, with offer letters issued, and we're anticipating that the people will join us from the 1st of September 2026. 8 senior management positions are currently undergoing probity audit. They've been interviewed, finalized. All we need is to get internal audit to confirm that all processes were done right. And we're hoping that this process will be finalized by the 7th of August, and we should then be able to push them forward for Minister to approve. 1 DDG position, professional services, is awaiting cabinet approval, and as soon as that process is finalized, we'll also update our report to then indicate where we are in terms of that. In terms of the planned activities for filling of senior management positions, Chairperson, is that 9 positions recently approved for advertising. We've got 2 times chief directors for construction project management. We've got the position of the chief financial officer. We've got director marketing and publication. We've got 2 times directors for user demand management, director construction project management, and director mechanical engineering. 9 SMS positions, as I indicated earlier, will be vacated by the 31st of January 2027 due to early retirement program and voluntary exit packages, and 4 SMS positions to be re-advertised, and the submission is en route for that process. So the positions that are going to be exited through the VEP and the ERP, we're planning to advertise them 4 months prior to retirement date, so that we are then able to ensure that the impact of that departure does not affect the department badly. And the intention is that we want to fill those positions by the 1st of April 2027. Lastly is that we have 7 SMS positions that are ready for shortlisting, and the date for shortlistings has been planned for 17th to 19th. And we're hoping that as soon as we shortlist those, they should be ready for filling by the 1st of November 2026. We have a program around the capacitation of the department in order to build leadership stability within the department. One of the positions that has been earmarked in terms of that is the position of Deputy Director Corporate Services, which was advertised, and we have now decided to then say we better go for headhunting, mainly because we couldn't find suitable candidates for the position. The position of Deputy Director General, Policy, Research and Regulation, we want to re-advertise the position. Supply chain is also going for headhunting, as I've already indicated that we have introduced headhunting as a new strategy to try and deal with the challenges that we have. DDG Professional Services is awaiting cabinet. DDG Real Estate Management was advertised. Shortlistings were scheduled to happen on the 30th of June 2026, and we couldn't find suitable candidates from the list of applicants that we have received, and we're hoping that that position will also be re-advertised. DDG Real Estate Investment was vacated on the 31st of March through early retirement package, and it's going to be filled through a transfer within the department, and the filling happened on the 1st of August. We also have the head property management trading entity. The position was vacated on the 4th of July 2026, and we are taking the position through job evaluation so that we may be able to look into the filling of that position as well. DDG Infrastructure Investment Planning, position was vacated on the 28th of February 26, and we're planning to reprioritize the funding. This is the position that was being utilized for acting head of SASSA, and we are planning to reprioritize that so that we then utilize the money in the department as SASSA will be moving out of the system. There are challenges, Chairperson, in the process that we're engaged in, and also we have looked at mitigations in terms of addressing those challenges. The highly centralized HR delegations, one of the areas that we've tried to address. We had prepared the revised delegations for HR, which were supposed to have been implemented by the 1st of April 2026. But the introduction of the amendments to the Public Service Act delayed that process a little bit, in that we are waiting for DPSA to introduce new public service regulations, which will then be able to implement. In the meantime, the issue is that we want to get the minister to only deal with levels 15 to 16, DG 13 to 14, DGCS 9 to 12, and then we have regional managers and CDHRM that we also want to delegate some powers to them, so that some of the positions within the regions that are at lower level may also be filled. Delayed implementation of the e-recruitment system, it's one of the biggest challenges that we have, and this is mainly because of some of the security risks that were identified by internal audit, and we are busy trying to address that. We're also having capacity challenges within ICT, mainly due to some of the contracts that have expired, and we are trying to then say finalize the appointment of the consultants to provide system maintenance, so that as and when we implement, we've got support and backup, but also to address the security risks that were identified by internal audit. The implementation of voluntary exit packages and the voluntary severance package programs, it's also affecting our work. As we proceed to fill in vacancies, we also continue to lose additional staff. Just to say, in the entirety of the department, besides SMS, by the 31st of March, we lost 129. And come January 2027, we're also going to be losing about 153. So the rate of filling and the rate of loss becomes one of the challenges that we're looking at, to say we may need to we're putting in strategies that will then start to address those, to ensure that come the date of release, we're also planning to then say, this is how we're going to fill those positions. We are also operating in over-regulated operational environment, Chairperson. But the over-regulation as well is aimed at ensuring that there are controls, and that we are able to recruit people who are fit for purpose. As we continue to operate in this environment, we have to be agile in the implementation of these policies to ensure that the changes that get introduced midstream, we are able to include them into our policies to ensure that there's efficiency, but as well ensure that there are controls in the environment that we operate in. We will continuously review our recruitment policies to accommodate the newly introduced controls, and we're hoping that with those, we should then be able to overcome some of the challenges that we have. My report ends there, Chairperson. Thanks, DG and Minister.
DG, is all your report being presented?
Yeah, that's the first one, Chair, unless you want us to do all of them.
Yes, I said let's do
Okay.
all three of them.
Let me then, through you, Chairperson, invite Mr. Mahlangu Lwazi to do the two reports. Then we can then consolidate the questions in one engagement. Thank you. Lwazi.
Thank you, DG. Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the committee, Deputy Minister, DG, colleagues, and parliamentary staff. If I can be assisted to present the first one being the investigation on the ghost employees. I'm sure, Luke, may you please assist in terms of lighting the presentation? Thank you. Let's go to slide. So, Chair and honorable members, basically what we're presenting here, next slide, is basically just to give you update and provide feedback or apprise the portfolio committee on the review that we've conducted on the system, the PESAL system that we're using in terms of the payment as well as capturing of all employees within the organization. To determine the potential or existence or identify existence of any ghost employees. Next slide. So what we've done basically is that the approach is two-pronged. The first phase is basically what we call the identification document assessment system from the system payment records. As well as there's an official document that is signed by all heads of units to confirm the employees within their units and that they exist and that they participate. Do those duties within the units. So phase one then also leads us to the physical verification of those employees. Then phase two becomes what we call a data analytics. Data analytics, which is where now we look at the payroll data dump information, and then we do the correlation analysis, and then we also look at the financial and the records, and then we look at also the correlation with the transfers into different banks aligned to the person number, aligned to the ID, aligned to the job, and aligned to the information that is contained in the personnel system. So that will be phase two, which I'll explain towards the end of the presentation. So, Chair and members, we conducted the review on its PESAL system to identify, investigate, and possibly eliminate if we identify ghost employees. We also conducted physical verification. Now, our physical verification, what we then requested, and physical verification was on different sites, not necessarily, us going to and calling everyone onto one site. Now, we'll go into different areas. Just by way of example, as far as Kwakwa Magistrate Court, we'll go into that to verify those that are apportioned or those that are conducting and exercising their duties or administering their duties on that or on site or at those very points. So that's physical verification, where we will request the identity document of the colleagues to verify the identification linked to the PESAL system, confirm their respective ranks and salaries. The reason for that is to also see whether what is being paid is also based on the agreement that is signed by the official and is also reflected on the system, but also for any changes in terms of promotion, as well as there's any correlation between those changes in terms of the system. And then we also confirm the salary levels as well, whether from an appointment, whether they were appointed at a particular salary level, but they are paid at a particular salary level, to also understand the reasons behind, if there are any discrepancies that are picked from that aspect as well. And then we requested all those that participated physical verification to sign a form, a consent form, and a confirmation form that forms part of the verification. And then for completeness, we also take note of the fact that during the periods of physical verification, there may be some officials who are actually who may be on leave. We have taken annual sick or incapacity leave, but we also took note of those as well by providing affidavits, as well as information information, as well as dates where they will be available, when they'll be available for us to be able to verify that information as well. So that's basically one of the instruments we use in relation to for completeness, to ensure that all the participants, all the employees have been physically verified. Next slide. What we've also done, Chair and honorable members, is that from the payroll system, we have a total of 5,353 officials, and then we've conducted 5,596, which then the breakdown there at the bottom, which is the table, looks at from a regional point of view all the way to the head office. We have a total of 1,015 officials that are on the payroll system at head office, of which we have verified 1,014 officials, one to be accounted for. I will explain the word accounted for, so that then there's clarity what we mean by distinction between physical verification and availability, as well as post employees. In Polokwane, all the way to the bottom, the regions, we have also verified a number of them, some 100%, but the total that are unaccounted for. Now, unaccounted, it means that at the time when we were conducting physical verification, the total number there at the bottom, 43, means that those did not present themselves owing to the other reasons that I cited earlier on. Either they were on leave, or they were on sick leave, or any other reason. Others did not provide the reasons why they did not present themselves at the time when we were conducting physical verification. Next slide, let me explain the 43 as well. Next slide. So these 43 that did not present themselves at the time, we say that they posed a risk at the time when we're concluding the report, that their unavailability and also the absence of documentation, they pose a risk in the organization. Now, what then it means, Chair and honorable members, is that when we then assessed these 43, we picked that 2 individuals were erroneously, whose employment had been terminated, were erroneously paid. So that error has since been raised with the corporate services on the system, and that error has been addressed by corporate services by terminating or by closing the remuneration on the system. What that means, that it then leaves us with 41 those that did not present themselves in terms of physical verification. Now, what are we doing with the 41? Now, you'll recall that there was also a media statement where Minister pronounced on these issues. After the media statement, we then received phone calls as well as additional documentation from those, because now what we had then proposed was that we then need to freeze the salaries of those who did not, either deliberately did not, or there were no reasons provided for them availing themselves. We then need to freeze their payment. That's when we then received a number of phone calls as well as additional documentation. Next slide. Now, the documentation that we have received, Chair and honorable members, then relates to As we are still assessing now, that is as of the 16th of July, we are assessing that documentation from those that did not present themselves out of the 41. So far, we have looked at about 37 of them. We are looking at the documentation, the affidavits, the identifications, as well as those instruments that I highlighted earlier on to determine the numbers that will then give us the final report and the numbers that will be then deemed post employees. Where there are criminal areas, particularly the two where we said they are terminated, the employees or employment was terminated, it was an error on the system. Though we're saying the two ought to have returned the money or reported the situation, but they continued to receive that, then we take that as fraud and therefore has been reported and the case has been opened against that, because when you terminate employment, you ought to have known or have the evidence that your employment has been terminated, but to continue to receive, then it becomes a challenge when you accept that remuneration, knowing very well that you are no longer in the employ of the organization. So some of the challenges that we are picking in terms of the process, which would then lead us to phase 2, because this is just physical verification and documentation. We are also looking at any potential duplication in terms of employee records. We're also looking at, which we've also picked in terms of other areas. An example, we also picked the two that I referred to where there was payment even after termination. We also look at the system, how also the system looks at employees, whether the employee is active on the system, is recorded as active, or it's terminated and stuff. That is also to enable that we correlate the physically verified persons that have also been confirmed by the heads of units that they exist on the system, and also from the system itself, it does record that the person is indeed on the payroll of the organization. So those are some of the system areas that we're dealing with. Salary payments, benefits, and deductions, we also look at all of those because that has an implication on also the record keeping. For instance, if there was a change in the remuneration, there's a change in but it's not updated on the system, it may also present the risk of inflating the payroll, whereas this information has not been captured on the system. So we also look into those issues as well to ensure that the systems are up to date as per all the individuals in that regard. ID numbers, tax clearance, tax references, qualifications. We also note that there are some where you find that there's information that they've updated on their CVs as well, but on the CVs as well, and also in the terms of the job descriptions, but you'll find that that information has not been captured onto a system. For instance, when you look at a person who initially, when they joined the department, they had a CV that stipulated X qualifications, and then a position then was advertised, then they applied, they used an updated CV, but that information is still not yet captured. It's those kind of things so that we can also correlate, the information in the information in the system to ensure that then it closes all the gaps. Next slide. What we are also doing to ensure that we eliminate duplicate and this is that we are partnering with corporate services and the regional offices, especially HR, to ensure that we work together in cleaning the system, and also what we have picked from the investigation, we communicate with them so that they are able to also update information, but not only update on the basis of the investigation, but also from the collaboration with the affected persons to also provide information or updated information so that it's updated on the system. And that also would help to ensure that the system, the information on the system is updated. Also ensuring that colleagues from the heads of branches or units, when they confirm that information is up to date and this person does exist, it's also updated on the system. Another issue that we are bringing on board, we've already engaged the SITA, where we are also looking at automating our pay system. Currently, it's manual in terms of physical documents that are sent and then people sign them. And then there's also a document that is signed by the heads of units. And now we are automating that process. The user requirements have been done. We've already engaged SETA and they are ready to provide that service. And we've also done the cost benefit analysis of how much we were paying on the printing versus the automation in that regard. We're looking at rolling out this as from September, October, in terms of automation. Now, one component that comes with that service of automation is the issue of identifying ghost employees. It will also assist in that regard, where it will say there is a specific code that is associated with a PERSAL number that if there's any change, it will also reflect in terms of the changes of the code. That PERSAL number, when the person exits, it will send the code in terms of, again, whether the person is active onto the system or the person is terminated. So it will automatically update and that it will continuously give us the numbers of officials that are in the employ of the organization. So that automation will also assist in that regard. And this automation is part of our digital strategy. Next slide. And then process followed. Now, this is phase 2 of the process. Now that we've completed the phase 1 of physical verification. We are working together with the internal audit, where we now look at the data dump of employees, master file, where we also look at that information that is on the system. So we apply certain tools to look at the information. For instance, this person has this bank account, and this person has been earning X amount, and this person is ranked at this level. It correlates with the amount that has been paid. But what then goes into the bank statement, we also look into that in terms of the bank transfer and these transactions, so that we are able to then look at the actual amounts that are. So that data analytics will give us data analysis of the transactions and the payment system to determine further and confirm what we have physically verified, that indeed these persons are employed in the organization. Further, we also look at the Active Directory. This is a system where every employee that joins the organization will be entered into the Active Directory linked to PERSAL. Active Directory, for instance, Active Directory, all employees who are using laptops are actually on the Active Directory. So we are able to see, again, to say, if this person has been active for 6 months, but we see that there's no more activity after 6 months. When we correlate that with PERSAL, we find that there's payments or no payments. We're also going to look at that then to understand why have they been inactive for 6 months, but there's payment or no payment. It also assists in that. In addition to that, we also look at the biometric access point, which is basically access into the organization. There's a code in terms of the access. We compare that with the with the Active Directory uses or use of tools of trade in the organization, emails, use of IP addresses, and also the activities and location where they are. And then we also correlate that with the payments to actually also look into that asset aspects as well. And that will also give us the geolocation of all the employees within the organization to look at in which area points they are. We do find areas where instances where you find a person is employed in, let's say, as an example, in Bloemfontein Regional Office, but is now at the head office in Pretoria. And that kind of geolocation, as well as biometrics and Active Directory, will then assist in terms of updating the information on the Active Directory as well as PERSAL, so that it then also avoids a situation where it may be assumed that the person does not exist at head office in Bloemfontein, but actually the person is in head office. So it will also assist in terms of doing that. So the data analytics will assist in dealing with all of this. Next slide. So we then recommend that as this is the progress, the portfolio committee to note the review and that we are conducting. Phase 1 physical verification completed, just analyzing the latest documents that we've received to conclude that, and then we'll be embarking on phase 2. We've already started the process of phase 2. It also requires, because we are getting into personal information, we are also engaging also the labor unions, so that at least employees are comfortable, especially when you have to deal with the issues of checking their bank statements and the movement. And this is also in line with also at a later stage, we'll correlate that information with the lifestyle audits, which is my next presentation. So on the committee to note the review conducted within the department on the personal system of this. Thank you very much. Maybe I can, through you, Chair, go to the next presentation on the update and progress on lifestyle audit. Thank you, Luke. We can start on slide 3. Now here we're providing progress to the committee on the lifestyle audit conducted by the Department of Public Works. So we basically, in terms of lifestyle, just to take you a slightly way back, when at the pronouncement of the sixth administration by the president, the State of Nation address, there was a pronouncement on conducting lifestyle audit. So we started the process in the department in 2020, 2021 of instituting this process, with a strategic objective of ensuring that we put in and strengthen institutional integrity, eliminate corruption, and enhance. And you would also see that from the strategic document of the sixth administration and seventh administration, one of the outcomes is a resilient, ethical, and capable DPW, where now we are also dealing with the issues of fraud and corruption and ethical DPW and ensuring that it improves the operations of the department. Now, our delivery model on how we deal with it, we also say we are looking for an experienced organization that is able to conduct the lifestyle audit, and that organization or entity also must have integrity. So we have partnered through a memorandum of understanding with the SIU. Even at the first one, we partnered 2020-21, we partnered with the SIU. So the lifestyle audits in the department are conducted using through the entity SIU. In the current seventh administration, we've continued with the lifestyle audit, and still we have a second MOU where we have seconded, or SIU has seconded personnel from the SIU to conduct that. So our lifestyle audits have been for phase 1 and phase 2 have been administered through the MOU with the SIU. So that's our delivery mechanism of the next slide. So we also looked at 3 critical issues: the legal basis. 2 things when you talk of legal basis. Legal basis, we are basically led through the DPSA framework in terms of lifestyle audit. We also look at POPIA, and then I think most of the colleagues or officials were always raising the issues around the personal information, because lifestyle audit gets to also request bank statements and also personal information. So we also invoke Section 38 of the POPIA, that for the purpose of investigation, the information may then be made available by the officials affected. So the legal basis there, but also from a execution point of view, our legal basis is basically through that memorandum of understanding with the SIU on the secondment agreement that is signed by both parties. And then the resources is through a secondment of SIU investigators working with the ethics officer in the department, which is under governance and compliance unit, where we deal with the issues of lifestyle audit. And the reason for also having that under governance and compliance and the ethics officer is that the lifestyle audit then looks at the 3 things. One is the financial disclosures, which is basically a system that is administered again by DPSA. And then if there are issues that are raised from the financial disclosure that have conflict of interest, we will then subject it to a lifestyle audit. And then if there are also issues or concerns or red flags raised from the lifestyle audit, it then goes to the next step, which is a full-blown lifestyle investigation. So here we're presenting the second layer, which is basically after financial disclosure, which normally happens up until end of April every financial year. We then conduct the lifestyle audit, and then if there are any red flags, then we'll proceed to the lifestyle investigation. And we also maintain the independency of the SIU and integrity, as I said, is based on the legal standing, but also maintaining high level of standards to ensure that there's integrity in the process. Next slide. I think I've just explained this in terms of the e-disclosures, verification of external interest and internal controls. Also, just to note, honorable members and chair, is that this is a collaboration between the e-disclosure system, which is administered at the moment by corporate services, with governance and compliance, which through the ethics officer in ensuring that there is ethical issues where, again, we also administer what we call the RWOPS, remunerative work outside public sector, and the collaboration also with the investigation teams in the anti-corruption unit to ensure that then there's a full swing and understanding and managing these ethical issues and around the lifestyle audit as well. And then also from a legal point of view, where there are legal issues that needed some interpretation or to confirm certain legal requirements in the process. So those are the things that we are basically dealing with as part of our mechanisms to ensure comprehensive coverage, and then looking at administrative insights within the ICU forensic analysis, as well as data analytics that will be coming also out of this process as well. So we periodically meet with the SIU when they provide progress updates on phases that they approach, phases which is in provision of information, and also the field work, which is basically the verification of assets, as well as challenges that they also face, where we then request the intervention of the Director General to ensure that this process is completed within this prescribed period, but also with integrity and within the prescripts. Next slide. The first cohort, chair and members, that was done in the 6th administration, where we focused on 48 executive and senior. Basically, it was from the DG all the way to the chief director. So there was a total of 60 at the time, of which 12, some had moved, going into other departments, and then others were deployed elsewhere. But we ended up with a total of 48 that participated in the first 6th administration. That process has been concluded, and then the outcome of the lifestyle audit may point to, one, whether there is nothing of untoward that has been found against the person, and then it will then be registered as a low risk person, or is registered as a medium if there's something that has been found, or then it's recorded as high risk if there's additional issues or issues where they have monies that cannot be explained, or unexplained wealth will also be reflected as a high risk. Right. With a law, with all the three, we do provide feedback to the persons that have been participating to say you have been found at a low risk, and then this is your concluding certificate, and what we are also encouraging members of committee is that those certificates can also be used for employment elsewhere, so that they can prove that they have also undergone lifestyle audit. That's basically one of the elements that we're using. Now, those who are in the medium and high risk, we then subject it to an assessment. Now that we have an ethics committee in the department, we then subject it to the ethics committee to then assess and evaluate whether it is related to lifestyle audit, or it's any other issues that have been found as red flags. A simple example: to find out a person has been red flagged of an incident that happened 10, 15 years ago. When you find out it was actually maybe driving under the influence of alcohol, but it was. Then the question is, to what extent is it related to lifestyle audit? Those are the kind of questions that the ethics officer or the ethics committee will be looking into, and then the matters will then be subjected to that, and then a recommendation will be made on whether to close the matter or not, and then a certificate or a closure certificate will be provided. Those that are in the medium and red and they are found to have unexplained wealth will be subjected to an investigation further. That's the process. And again, we investigate using a credible entity such as the SIU or any other entity that will also be. And as it stands, we only, at the moment, we're only using the SIU. Next slide. That was for 6th administration. Now, in the 7th administration, we have subjected a total of 400 officials. Now, this time around, we did not go by by hierarchy in terms of from directors, deputy directors. We identified in terms of the high risk areas. For instance, we identify that in the real estate management, construction project management, especially when the issues of bid committees, the issues of leasing, the issues of where there's a significant portion of or a significant or large amounts of monies that are involved. So we looked at it in that context of these are deemed high risk areas, and therefore we then may be open or prone to bribes, etc., or would be easily affected or influenced. So we looked at it in that context. We also looked at SCM, we also looked at ICT, and then we are also looking at other components within the organization. So we have broken it into cohorts. The first one that we have concluded, and the report is now finalized and provided to the DG, is about a total of 63 that have been concluded in the first cohort. The second cohort, which is now what we're doing, next slide, next slide. The second cohort of the group, okay, maybe a step back. So this is the deployment of the SIU 9 dedicated police, and then also we've completed that report. Maybe next slide. Right. The second cohort is 100 that we have subjected starting from the 1st of April 2026. It has commenced. Next slide. And where are we in that regard? We are basically have completed, not completed fully. The process of gathering documentation is underway. Documentation is basically issues. There's an IMA process that is done. It's issues that relate to your properties, qualifications, next of kins and dependents. It's a basket of information that is required to basically understand. Now, this differs from the security clearance. It goes beyond security clearance. So part of the information would have been also from security clearance, but this basically talks about the lifestyle audit. So we are basically sitting at 50% on completed submissions of information. A partial submission and non-compliant are basically 38%. So we are continuously engaging colleagues to continuously provide that. What we also find as a trigger, or not a trigger, but what we also find as maybe delaying tactics is that because colleagues will always ask, what about this? What about this? Or have you considered this? Have you considered this? As a delaying tactic. So we do issue what we call directive or practice notes to answer and also assist and guide colleagues in responding to those, working together with the SIU to ensure that there's full compliance to the process as well. A simple example is that there are those who will have properties maybe in province A, and then they are residing in province B, and they also have a property in province B. And then they will say, but I cannot be traveling to province A. And so we do provide practice notes to say we make arrangements so that when there's physical verification, next of kin that we have identified, if they're still living in that province, then we'll then make arrangements to ensure that we go to that property to verify it. Over and above that, there are also additional items because we're talking about unexplained wealth. And there are others who have wealth, additional income elsewhere, which may not have been disclosed at financial disclosure, as well as remunerative work. And these may also include things such as trading or cryptocurrencies. The process also looks into those so that we also look at what are the sources of income that officials actually get in the organization. Or what are the various sources of incomes that officials find themselves living on. The next slide. So those are the processes. And then we also have exemptions in terms of this process, Chair and honorable members. Though it's 100% participation that we encourage, but we do have exemptions. What we've also found, Chair and honorable members, is that when you start this process, there are some who will then jump ship. In this case, where people will find and who will then resign. Now, we've sorted legal opinion in terms of those that have resigned. There are two cases that we've seen. There's one case where a person has resigned when we initiated the process of the lifestyle. Unfortunately, at the time, this person was also under investigation. Now, when we engage with the law enforcement, they say it is possible to freeze their pensions and the benefits because this person is under investigation. Pending the conclusion of the investigation, then a decision will determine, then a determination will be made in terms of this. So that is in the context of a person who's under investigation. Now, what we're waiting for is final now from the legal end as well as SIU is in the case where there is no investigation and and the person has decided or opted to resign. We're also looking at that because there's always, from a legal point of view, they're testing to say what would be the legal basis of withholding a pension, even if there is no indication of any investigation. I think those are the kind of things that we are basically trying to get to so that we are able, because our indicator as a risk component or a risk indicator is to say, all along, you've been in the institution, and now that we're doing a lifestyle, why is there an interest in exit? And that is the risk indicator that we have also brought in as an exception to also deal with this. So those are some of the exceptions that were. Then there are those who would have left the organization, and then those who have retired or would retire, as presented earlier on, voluntary retirement. Those are some of the things that at the time they retire, but we will also look into on a case-by-case situation to look at the extent of or the applicable exceptions that can be associated with those case-by-case cases. Next slide. Now, in terms of our phases, we've completed phase 1, which was a 2022-23, 48 senior management. We've issued the reports. Out of these, we also had about 4 officials that we then subjected them further to phase 2, of which one of them has resigned in this context. The other 2 have the other 3 are participating in the phase 2 group 1. So we completed group 1, which completed in August 2028. The final report has since been signed off by the then head of SIU and is now being considered internally by the Director General so that we can then start looking at the formalization of the certificates. Phase 2 has commenced with 100 officials. It's, as I highlighted in terms of the percentages, it's ongoing. Our phase 2, group 3, which is the balance of the 400. So we've done 100 plus 69, 169. So the balance of that 169 or 400 will be what 131 will then be dealt with as group 3 in the next phase. The intention is to complete this exercise before end of 2027. Honorable Chair, members, this basically is our update on the lifestyle audit. We'll then recommend the Chair and the portfolio committee to note the progress on lifestyle audit. Thank you very much. Thanks, Luke.
Thank you so much. The presentations. Maybe let me check before I open for members to DG. Minister, do you want to make an addition or we'll wait for the questions?
I can wait for the questions, Chair.
Okay. Honorable members, is that time of the questions. Each member has 5 minutes to ask questions. Okay, I saw hands very fast. But Umalo, then Bonginkosi you'll follow.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Yes.
very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll try and be very quick. I don't have too many questions. I just wanted to maybe pose my first questions through you to Mr. Moremi. Just with regards to, there was mention of a early retirement program. and I think there were 9 SMS members highlighted as being part of that program. And obviously the department wanting to get the processes of filling those posts done on time. I just want to find out what is the intention behind the early retirement program? From my experience, generally that is when an organization is trying to decrease its organizational size. Generally, they do that and they don't look to replace those positions or those posts. So I just want to find out, what is the reasoning or the motivation behind the early retirement program in this case? I wanted to find out, same through you, Chair, Mr. Moremi, whether or not the intended e-recruitment program, is that something that will be centralized? In other words, is it something that the national government as a whole is looking to implement, or is it something that's being implemented within the department specifically? Also, quite concerning is the amount of officials who seem to be retiring very soon. Obviously, my question there is around, does the department have a strategy or a talent management program in order to capacitate people that are in the department already who will likely apply for these positions that will be vacated? Obviously, we don't want to sit with a situation where all the knowledge and expertise and experience just disappears in a short space of time without anyone to really fill those gaps. The last question, Chair, it's not to Mr. Moremi, it's just a general question, perhaps to the last presenter, is with regards to the funds that have been lost due to individuals being paid that no longer actually work for the department, or who are, in other words, ghost employees. Is there a way in which these funds can be recovered? And do we know as yet how much we are looking at in terms of lost funds paid to individuals that don't exist? And that's it from our side, Chair. Thank you very much.
In that order.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, now I'm on the platform now. I'm on the floor. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to all our presenters. And look, I've got 2 questions to ask. Firstly, the department started auditing senior managers in 2022-2023 financial year. That is over 3 years ago, yet they are still reporting that 10% of those senior managers have not submitted their financial disclosures. I don't see this as a progress report. In fact, it's a report on failure of basic compliance. If the department cannot get its own top leadership to follow the rules after 3 years, it shows a culture of impunity where senior staff feel they are above the law. The department is not taking consequence management seriously. For the 5 senior managers from phase 1 who are still non-compliant after more than 3 years, why have they not been suspended or fired for failing to follow the regulations? That is my first submission. The second one is on the issue of the ghost employees. You have 2 confirmed ghost employees who were discovered to have received payments for 1 and 3 months after they had already left the department. This is a clear indication that the termination process on the PESEL system is not working. The system should automatically stop payments when an employee exits. The fact that this did not happen for months means that there is either a serious system flaw, or more worryingly, that HR and finance officials are deliberately keeping terminated employees on the payroll. This is a major red flag for collusion and fraud. Now, the question is, how did 2 former employees continue to receive salaries for up to 3 months after they left? Why did the PESEL system not automatically terminate their payments? And who's responsible for ensuring termination was processed? I thank you.
Let me do this. Let Minister and the team, can you respond to the 2 members? if I could take all of them, we're gonna be overwhelmed by questions, end up not making a thorough follow-up. So let me allow you to respond to the two.
Sorry, thanks, Chair. I'll just make some just quick responses, and I'm sure Mr. Miriam will go into it. The early retirement program, Honourable Bath, sorry, is actually a program of that National Treasury and the DPSA have instituted to try and reduce costs. And obviously, the implication of that is a, I want to be careful with my words here, but a sort of a right sizing of costs, expenditure, and size of the civil service. So it is a voluntary program, but it is one that is being sort of, I should say, channeled by the DPSA and funded by National Treasury. I want to use the example of that Miss Kafile so eloquently put to me when I spoke to her around the problems that we have in construction management, that a lot of people have either left for better opportunities in the private sector, or we don't match the salaries to bring those people in. And that's a very big problem that we face. So those that are, highly experienced get offered by the private sector in times double the salary. And we then have a problem trying to fill those positions with suitably qualified and experienced people. All those people with experience have left. And so there's two ways to look at that. I think the first one, and the discussion that I had with National Treasury, is that we have to start looking honestly at how we pay engineers, project managers, planners, quantity surveyors, etc. in the department, because we're never going to match those salaries. So do we get additional funding to match those salaries, or do we look at contracts on a project by project basis so that we can try and pay more but not have a filled position at a lower salary? And that's sort of the conundrum that we're looking at and investigating. But I mean, talent retention is very, very difficult in this field when you are competing with major construction and engineering firms. Let me just say my comment, Honorable Malo. It's nice to see you back. I'm not sure if it's permanent or temporary, but if it is permanent, welcome back, because I appreciate your insights. Consequence management is an important cultural issue that needs to be dealt with in the department. I had a meeting with the Deputy Minister yesterday and was explaining how people who commit in what my view is egregious acts often just get warnings, and those people who are less senior, should I say, commit maybe a lesser infractions, and yet they're dismissed. And there's no parity between the actions and consequences. And so I support your view that the culture of consequence management and accountability has to be improved. That where things are done incorrectly, that there are commensurate consequences to that. But I'll let also the officials look into that. It is something that I am currently reviewing, how how our labor relations unit acts, and where the matrix should exist on action versus consequences. So, Chair, with your permission, I'll hand over to Mr. Muremi, and I think DDG Mashlangu. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Minister, Chairperson, honorable members. Minister has already started touching on the issue around the ERP and the VEP, to say that the intention around it is to save cost or to save money based on the positions that have been occupied over a period of time. Let me give an example that says, if you have a chief director who is being employed in one position over a period of 10 years, that chief director will be earning in the region of about 1.8 million rands per annum. But if that person were to retire early and leave, we may be able to fill that position at start notch, which may be at about 1.2, which then says we have a saving of about 600,000 on such, which can then be utilized towards filling some of the positions that are still sitting and not being funded. So in that way, we have a way of then saying we can be able to save on cost for employees paid, and combined, it will then increase our compensation of employees' budget and all that. The e-recruitment, it's a system that we're implementing in the department. It's a Department of Public Works-based system, which we have borrowed from National Treasury. We are implementing it internally, having developed it from the base of a system that National Treasury is utilizing. It is a system that's working in other departments. Ours just needs to be supported with resources to ensure that we manage the risks that are there, such that we have the relevant resources to ensure that as and when we go live on the system has enough support. In terms of retirements and those who are taking early retirement and voluntary exit packages, how do we ensure that capacity does not leave the department? Yes, we try and ensure that we advertise such positions 4 months before their departure, such that we're able to retain people who will then be able to carry out the work. Yes, there are colleagues that are working with those people to an extent that there is a handover that gets done to ensure that we do not have a disruption in the services that we are rendering. The capacity will then be replaced when we fill in that position to ensure that the people that we have are able to then carry out the functions that were being done by the people who would have left. The funds lost due to people who resign and leave and not terminated on the PESAL system, we still have a way of recovering. In that when a person leaves the department, we still have his pension. So all those monies that were paid over, it's money that we are able to deduct from the pensions. Let me also touch on this matter about the 2 employees that are being referred to. The 2 employees are employees that are cleaners who are employed in magistrates' courts. These ones specifically were employed in Mthatha Magistrate Court. They left employment without notice, and the Department of Justice took time to inform the department that the people are not reporting for work. As and when we were doing audit, that's when we were able to discover that there are these 2 employees who have not been reporting for work, and we have been able to then terminate such and ensure that they were able to recover the monies that were paid to them over the period that they were not reporting for work from their pension benefits and other benefits that they would have in the department. Who is responsible to ensure that there is implementation of termination? Yes, the supervisors are responsible. They have supervisors that they work with in the different areas. Even in the magistrates' courts, there are supervisors that are there from the Department of Justice and from Public Works who are supposed to inform us as and when a person abandons work, so that we are then able to attend to such matters. And in this instance, we have already started a process of then saying, how do we deal with the supervisors that have failed to report the termination? Let me say again that it does happen in many instances that such situations do arise, mainly due to failure of supervisors to report. But we have been able to put this under control, and we do not have similar cases happening over a period of time. It's just isolated cases that you'd find in the department happening. Thanks, Chairperson.
Honorable Bath, Honorable Umale, do you have a follow-up on your questions?
Yes, I do have. I just want to find out. Okay, firstly, I just want to assure the minister I'll be around until 2029. So just relax, minister. Thank you for raising that concern, but I can assure you I'll still be around until 2029. I just want to find out with those supervisors, what steps, what consequence management, what steps have you taken to disciplinary measures have you taken to address this failure on their side? Yeah, just to ensure that such a thing does not happen again. What have you done so far with them? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm largely covered, and thank you for the explanation around the early retirement, the DPSA directive there. My only question would be around the cost recovery for those not those that have left and continue to be paid, but the ghost employees or people where money has been paid without them having been working for the department. Recoveries around that. Thank you, Chair.
Minister and the team.
Mr. Mashlangu will need to answer.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for the question. So the process that we're following now is that the 40, okay, we initially said there's 43. If we take out the 2 that have just been explained now, that leaves us with 41. Now, in total, the 43, when you look at it from the basis that they did not present themselves, it costs us about, well, we're looking at just on the basis of the positions that they occupy. It's about 14.7 million. Now, since the information has been provided, the affidavits of, as we are going through this documentation, as we speak now, we are sitting on number 37 of those, of the 41 that we are talking about. So we are assessing that information. Then we will go into the system to look at whether there's payments made to those people, they exist and stuff like that. Once we conclude that process, we should be able to then determine the extent and the amounts that have either overpaid or not paid, or those people exist or do not exist. And then we then have to then inform the corporate services then to institute a recovery process. It will also determine, it should also depend on how long these people have left the department as well. So that's the first part. Then the full scale, which is phase 2, which is a data dump and analysis, data analytics as well. It will also give us these incorrect or inconsistencies, and it will also dig further to identify if they are ghost employees that have been paid for a long period of time, if that is the case, and then we'll institute a process of recovering the monies. So at this stage, there are areas and anomalies that we have picked, as explained by Moremi, of the 2, because when we alerted the colleagues about these 2, they immediately terminated that. So now what we're going further is to look at those that have that have long exited the employ, and we pick on from the data analytics. Hence, we are saying we're now going into the transfers into the bank accounts so that we're able to determine the extent and the amount of those that are actually being paid but do not exist on the system. And then we institute a process of recovery. Thanks.
Madikizela, then followed by Letlape, in that order.
Thank you, Chairperson. I must say that some of the things that I hear, you would swear that we are still on the second revolution. But just the first question for me on the presentation that was done by Mr. Moremi, and perhaps the minister and the DM will come in here. We are talking about vacancy rate and filling of positions. And on the other side, we're talking about structural reform of the department. Now, are we not starting with the last thing? Now, the reason why I'm asking that is that if you are doing a structural reform or restructuring the department, surely you first want to see whether the structure of the department is aligned with your strategic goals, well, the strategic goal of the entire government and your strategic goal as the department, and see whether the right people, whether you have the right people to help you achieve your strategic goal. So is it not putting the cart before the horse when you go out and start advertising to fill vacancies when you have not yet completed your structural reform? That's the first question. Now, on the second question, I saw on the list of vacancies that you are advertising, there's marketing and publication. What exactly will you be marketing? And starting, coming to the comment that I made, I am honestly, Minister, shocked at the internal weaknesses of our HR system. And one would assume that we are in the fourth industrial revolution. One would assume that there is a synchronization between your DPSA, your Department of Labor, Department of Home Affairs, and all the relevant department to know who's still alive, to know who's dead, so that the information flows quickly between the departments. And I must say, it is really shocking to see that we are still introducing measures to make sure that our technology is able, to assist us to deal with those things. And I know that we are now talking here about just 2 employees when it comes to the ghost employees. But one often hears, a wide report in government about ghost employees. In this department, beside the 2 employees that you are talking about, how far back does this problem, go? I know that you are reporting on these 2 for this report, but how far back does this problem go? And do we know the financial implications of the ghost workers as far back as we can remember? And whether measures have been put in place to recover the money where it is possible to recover it.
As we conclude.
So let me stop there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Honorable Letafe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start with the ghost employees. I would have thought that this report at the end would have an idea of how many ghost employees were found through this investigation. And unfortunately, we have not reached that point. Because at the end, I think I heard Lwazi speaking about the difference between ghost employees and the last column on the table on page 4 on officials unaccounted for, which just left us hanging, because this report on ghost employees still does not tell us how many ghost employees were found in this investigation. But also, the numbering on that page 4, in the first bullet, it says that you had a total of 5,353 officials and you verified 5,296. But on the table, it says a different number where officials per payroll is 5,352 and verified officials are actually 5,309. I don't know where the numbers are not numbering, and maybe if you can just clarify that. I want to speak about the table on page 4 again. You have a high number of unaccounted officials in Durban. I don't know what the reason is. I know you gave reasons that people may be on maternity leave, may have retired or resigned and all of that, but can we just get a proper diagnosis on why do we have such a high number of unaccounted officials, particularly in the region of Durban? And on the system itself, it looks like PESAL is not able to detect if there are no activities by the employees. So the system still relies on supervisors to give information on whether people are coming to work or not. And you rely on supervisors to maybe detect outside of the other systems that you're, manual systems that you're putting in place to indicate whether we've got ghost employees or not. This system is not necessarily telling us whether there is activity of employees or not. Otherwise, we would not only now need employees to come for physical verification, outside of that, affidavits and all of that. So maybe the department really needs to integrate this system and make it much more user-friendly for ease of reporting, for us to be able to track if the money that is being allocated for salaries on employees is actually being spent on employees that exist. Like for instance, why are we only having this audit initiated now? Why were automated payroll verifications, controls, biometric verifications, system reconciliations never implemented before? Because every time we do this, once in a while, there's millions of monies that must be spent on this. And we actually pick up risks that have already occurred instead of picking up potential risks and in fact, dealing with it. In terms of lifestyle audit, you know, Chair, when I start, oh, can I have 5 minutes? So let me not. Yeah, in terms of lifestyle audit, the department says that it targeted procurement, supply chain, and finance. And maybe given the repeated procurement scandals within PDWI, how many officials working directly on infrastructure tenders have failed lifestyle verification? Because that's what we are also interested in. To say, even though you don't give us the actual report of the first phase, but just give us a picture. You don't have to name anyone, just give us a picture of how many actually failed this lifestyle audit, particularly on these areas that you are mostly focused on. I think you answered me on the issue of people resigning while the investigation is in progress. Maybe my question would be, what happens if you find that the investigation proves that a particular employee, in fact, has been living beyond their means and all of that, and they're still in the system? Do you leave them in the system? Do you put them on precautionary suspension? What happens to such individuals? And without giving us the outcome of the report, which we're still going to wait for, maybe how many disciplinary cases have you tried to raise from these audits? How many criminal referrals have you made? And maybe how much money or assets have been recovered? Because there are instances, for instance, you speak about the 2 employees. Maybe if we can also just check if the 2 employees have agreed with payment arrangements, are they giving you troubles in ensuring that you recover the money that they got from us? And all of 14 million is a lot of money. And out of that 14 million, we're only able to account for 30,000, which leaves us not satisfied with the outcome of the progress report on this lifestyle audit. And maybe if we can get that. On filling of vacancies, I just want to speak, I think I'm largely covered. I want to speak on headhunting. You've got 2, if not 3, positions that you say you're going to headhunt. I know it's a system that you have put in place, but why particularly headhunting on these ones? Does it not undermine fairness and open the door to political patronage? Because if you say you are headhunting, you should be able to say we tried the normal process. and we're not able to get the preferred candidate, and maybe that is why we want to headhunt, because there are particular people or employees within the department or outside that we may be confident that can fill these particular vacancies, and not just outrightly say on 1, 2, 3 departments who are going to headhunt instead of following the normal and fair and transparent process. Thanks, Chair.
Minister and the team, you can respond.
Chair, I think that they're largely technical questions that through the DG officials will be able to respond to that. Thank you, Chair.
I want to also take this opportunity and welcome back DM, as you have promised, you will go out and come back. We acknowledge your presence. If you want to assist as well, in terms of responding, you can then take us through and give it to the technical team. Thank you.
Not Chair. I think you have seen me. It is me. I just wish to take further the
know
issues.
We can see you are at work.
Yeah, I want to take over the issues that have been raised, especially by Honorable Matigizela, about whether we know what we are fixing and we are able to deal with it, guided by scientific analysis that should have taken place before you try to do restructuring. Restructuring must be a process that is led by a thorough assessment of what are weaknesses, what are areas that need to be improved. And from where I stand, I don't think, Honorable Matigizela, we are there. Right, to a review of the organogram so that we come with a detailed approach. And I don't think, but instead I can safely say the capacity of the department is getting eroded. And this is the work that myself and the minister need to urgently attend to. I'm saying so because I didn't want to speak, and earlier I did say I will just make remarks. I've taken a view to speak substantively in some of these platforms because of our inability to pursue matters thereafter. Issues get raised, then we don't give any reason, or we don't take up those matters. So Parliament becomes weaker and weaker every month and every day. But let me make one example. If I'm saying we are eroding, or we are eroding the limited capacity that is left. If you have a meeting like this, then you get a CEO, a CFO being introduced as an acting DDG or a DDG, that should concern you. I'm just making an example. And I'm not shocked that the portfolio committee didn't notice that. Maybe you know. I didn't know that. Nothing that is formally that have been communicated. So the leaky capacity that you will expect will not be there. And I'm not saying so because undermined, but it does hurt that you see the department going, because we should provide a collective responsibility in that regard. I do take a full responsibility to support the minister in building the department, but we need to be honest about what we are building. I don't think the capacity we are building is correct. Standard operating procedures need to be reinvented and reasserted. If we say we are headhunting, it should be based on a proper process. If we say there is a secondment from a particular department to the department, we should be doing that fairly and knowing what is the framework. If it's one thing that hindered the progress on the filling of vacancies, is over-centralization of the process. Over-centralization of the process with limitation of delegations, let alone delegations in regions, but even in head office, among key chief directors, you will find that vacancies are filled, but chief directors who are responsible are not playing a significant role in that process. So we are eroding the last remaining capacity, so to say. And I'm very unfortunate to bring this to here. I'm bringing it here because I haven't been given any platform to raise these issues, because they are only reported when we go to the to the portfolio committee. But in the department, they've not been raised. We are not even aware who is the acting CFO, as we are told that there is Mr. Stolle is now an acting DTG or a DTG. Now, I think all of those things are troubling the department, and the capacity to deliver is going to go down and down and down. On the issue of the vetting, I think there should be a commitment to lift issues. There have been issues about audit and lifestyle audit that have not been completed. There have been allegations of the abuse of the process, and I believe that structures that are authoritative to deal with that, they will deal with those issues. So we do need to work, and we might need the support. I agree with Honorable Matigizela that the support of the both public administration will be necessary to restore the capacity and the systems that we are using. Thank you.
The technical team, can you respond?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe let me ask the colleagues, that is Loazi and Mr. Moremi, to attempt the questions as asked, maybe to highlight the one matter of the, I'm not sure how it was introduced, the CFO, but safe to say, Chair, I think we are noting the concerns and also the guidance that is being provided on the acting CFO. But I just want to highlight that the CFO had actually asked to be transferred to a vacant position which was approved. Obviously, that should have been communicated better if that is something that is not known by the portfolio committee. Maybe let me then ask Mr. Moremi and Lwazi to answer the other two questions for Mr. Matigizela.
Thanks, DG. Honorable Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Minister. Yes, the questions raised by Mr. Matigizela regarding the restructuring and the filling of vacancies is that, yes, we have identified what we would call as critical vacancies within the department. And we had thought that those critical vacancies need to be filled parallel to the process of restructuring to ensure that we do not disable service delivery. It's a matter that we're busy with to ensure that we do not find ourselves losing all the capacity that we have whilst the restructuring process is taking place. The restructuring process is being done in line with DPSA guidelines, and we are being assisted by National Treasury through GTEC, and it's a matter that we will at some point provide progress and feedback as we proceed with that exercise. The position of marketing and publications in the department is mainly aimed at dealing with matters around our publications that we produce on a continuous basis, marketing our services to the public in terms of what do we do as the department, so that the public is always aware of what we do as the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. The activities that we carry out on a continuous basis being done by either the minister, the deputy minister, the DG, and all that. They go into our publications and they form part of marketing so that the public is aware of what we do. There was a question around the supervisors to say the system is reliant much on supervisors reporting. It is not only about supervisors reporting, but we do have other mechanisms in place that says that at the end of each and every month, when pay slips are issued, a payroll is signed by the supervisor to indicate that yes, these people are still coming to work and we're able to account for them and all that. But besides that, we are also trying to come up with a system that will also turn that payroll verification process to become electronic, which I think Mr. Mahlangu will talk to it at some point. Issues around the biometric systems and these new systems that we're coming up with now. It is not that we're only starting to develop these issues now. They have been there, but you know, the system that we have that deals with the issue of access, it doesn't actually provide much detail in terms of attendance. So that is what we're trying to add into what we have. It only deals with issues of access, when people tag and all that. We have been moving towards biometric even before COVID, but the process was stopped mainly due to COVID to then say the issue of biometric and fingerprinting may not be healthy and safe. And that project was then put aside, and it is only now that we're reviving it. The officials that were responsible for the two officials who could not report for work, yes, additional steps are being taken, and an investigation is ongoing, and process will then follow thereafter. Headhunting and whether have we followed normal processes? Yes, we have a majority of these positions that are going for headhunting were advertised at some point, and interviews were held, and they could not find suitable candidates to fill those positions. And now the process that we're trying to look at is the one that then says we may need to do a headhunting exercise to be able to find people that may also augment what we have as normal process to ensure that those positions are able to be filled. I think I've touched on all areas that requires my attention, and that Mahlangu will deal with the others. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Let me start off with I think a question on the slide 4 and the differences in the numbers. Yeah, and let me also link it to the process that we're following, and then also to the question that was raised in terms of what is the quantum or the number basically at the moment. Chair and honorable members, I think the difficulty we have now is confirming the numbers because this process is still unfolding. Basically saying one, the physical verification was based on, and I think the question was around KZN or Durban regional office, or not necessarily regional office, the entire province, because they are spread across different areas, is that the physical verification, had we done it at the time that we had allocated the period these times, we will probably be at the position now to say X number has been determined as post employees. Now, because now the information that we are now verifying from Durban regional office that has been provided, which is largely facilities management colleagues that are operating that, is that we are only reviewing the documentation now, so that we're able to determine that. As an example, if you take out of the 43, if you take out the 2 colleagues, you are left with 41. Now we are sitting at around 37, but we must also, for completeness, as we are reviewing the documentation, we must also look at the issues of possible duplications and stuff, so that we are able to come to the determination of that on the basis of physical verification. Now, there are a number of reasons why they've been provided. One, mostly we're on leave, annual leave. Some were on sick leave, and others even state that they left early that day, and others were in different projects around that. Now, there are two particular cases that we are also, as we are reviewing, that we are also looking into. One is that there's a case where a person actually employment came to an end in February, right? And we are looking into that as well, whether there's whether there's continuation payment or there's the person is active on the system. Now, our basis was based on the payroll, where we draw the information from the SASSA system. Now, the physical verification is based on that. It goes back to the earlier comment made by Mr. Muremi to say there may be those that would not have confirmed into the department about the exit of those people, but on our system it will say actives, and therefore we do that. So those are the kind of things. So this is one example where we are also looking at if the person exited February and we're doing physical verification, we also need to look into what does it mean from a system in terms of payroll as well as exit. Now, there's a second case that we're also looking into, where a person has an abscondment case pending and the salary was frozen. We are also looking into that. On the system, it says salary frozen, person active, and then the person physical verification, we're looking at that. So those are things, I think some of the processes that we, or cases that we are looking into as we review this documentation. I think in the next week or so, we should be able to then say to our principals, in terms of the numbers of those that are deemed to be ghost employees, this is the number. Now, let me also take the again. If you take the 57, the difference, and the 43 that has been presented, it gives you an additional 11. That's the 11 that we are also looking into the system, whether is it an error or a duplication and stuff. That is basically what we're doing in terms of physical verification for us to be able to determine. And I think at this point in time, we're able to say, as we are physically verification and physically verifying this information, and also the people based on the PESAL and what we have, and also based on the confirmation by the senior management or supervisors, we were able to identify at least these two. There were some cases where we have found that, which we initially at the time thought they were ghost employees, but to find that this person has actually transferred from one unit to the other, and that has been confirmed by HR. So those are that's where we are at this moment, Honorable Chair and members. That if maybe afforded some time, a week or so, to conclude this process, we should be able to then come with a conclusion on the actual numbers, if they are, in terms of the ghost employees. So far, we're basically saying the concern we have is those that did not present themselves when we're physically verifying those ones. And that is the process that we are concluding now, so that we're able to come to that determination. And then the second phase, as I highlighted, will also determine the extent and the numbers and the challenges that we're facing with regards to the system as well, when we're picking that. Now, there was also another question in terms of yeah, maybe not to go into detail, ICT, that's systems and the integration. Honorable Matigizala, I think 2 weeks or last week, we've also returned to SETA from our side, where we've requested a conversation with SETA. There was a presentation where there are reforms at SETA that they're looking, which affects Program 1 in government as a whole. In terms of the integration of systems, as well as the role of SETA and the support and the systems that SETA brings on. So we have requested personally, as a department, to participate in that process, to look in precisely to try and look at the integration process, so that we're able to look at, from a departmental point of view, we work with client departments, we work with other stakeholders. We also want to look at how can we also, from our own procurement of systems, how do we then integrate it with others? For instance, if you look at EPWP, which integrates with Home Affairs, so that there's data integrity. So we are also looking into that. So they've reported back, they've invited us, so we are participating in that, so that at least in future we also look into that. That is basically an initiative on our side to actually try and see how best we can improve into that. that also speaks to issues of capacity within ICT. And I think Minister touched on the issue of construction. The same is also in ICT. The skill basically in ICT industry, the skills are more around, the emerging certificates like your CISOs, security officers who are actually not necessarily on the bare minimum requirements of, that you find at SAQA, of which some of these certificates that are demanded in the industry are not recognized for many recruitment processes in terms of SAQA. So you end up, that's how we lose also capacity, is to try and deal with the issues of systems, and that will also assist in terms of the connectivity and the integration of those systems to ensure that overall in the organization, at least we're able to plug and also close those gaps. So it is also a conversation that we are having with the DPSA to actually recognize some of these skills so that at least 70%, this is now trying to deal with the issues of system issues in the department and integration. At least 70% of capacity is DPW in-house, and will be able to assist and support all these systems as well as programs within the organization to avoid all this or to deal with these anomalies that we're also picking in terms of the system. I think those are some of the issues that were raised. I'm not sure if I've addressed all the other questions. I may be reminded of the other questions, then I can also take them in relation to the lifestyle as well as post employees. Thank you, Chair.
Letrape, is that a follow-up or?
Yes,
I
Chair.
want. Come again?
It's a follow-up. There's also a question that is not answered. The question that was not answered, Chair, is the one that speaks about that when they did the lifestyle audit, you said you are also targeting procurement, supply chain, and finance. And given the procurement scandals that you would have come across, how many officials working directly on infrastructure tenders have failed lifestyle verification? Not the lifestyle audit, but verification. But my follow-up question is, you say that the people who left the department, who left their employment, who exited their employment, could not be picked up. And my question is, where is HR in all of that? Because when a person exits as an employee, the first person who must be able to account for that particular person is HR. And that's exactly what I'm saying, that what role does HR play in all of this? But the second one is that in the same page 4, with the difference of 5353 and 52996, Lwazi says that there's about 11 people also that they're investigating. And he does not say that in the report. It doesn't show anywhere else that there's actually an addition of 11 employees that are also being investigated in this regard. And that is my problem, that even the report itself hides certain information that is supposed to assist us to get to understand the progress of this investigation. But my last one, Chair, as a follow-up, is that the other member who was given the responses, Kintatema? He confirms the same thing, that the system relies on supervisors, because you say the system that you have put in place is that at the end of the month, the supervisor signs off pay. And that's the same thing. You are relying on the same supervisor who's not able to give you in confidence whether these people are ghost employees or not. So PESAL still relies on supervisors and annual ways of accounting for employees. And that is my problem. And that is why I'm saying we need to take into cognizance the fact that we might need to look further into our ICT. Because if we're going to rely on manual ways of doing things, it's not going to give us an effective result. Thanks, Chair. And the last question that was not answered is on the lifestyle audit on officials who have been found to have unexplained wealth, disciplinary cases, criminal referrals. The last question is, you said that you've opened cases of you've made a referrals with subs. How many referrals have we made with subs in this regard? Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Matikizela, do you have a follow-up?
I'm okay, Chair. I'm okay.
Okay. Lwazi and Moremi, you can respond.
Thank you, Chair, and for the question as well. Sorry, my error in the calculation. When I was referring to the 11, it's actually 13. When you subtract 57 from 43, now that should be 13, not 11. Now, if you take the 13 minus the 2, take the 13 minus the 2. Sorry, it's what, 57? It's 14. Yeah, my maths now is not mathing. So that is what we're investigating. And what we're investigating on the difference, Chair, the 43 is basically what has been listed in terms of the PESAL and what we have physically verified, but we're also picking additional. And I think that's where we were looking at. There are those that if there's any movement where one has moved from one region to another, or one has moved from one unit to the other, and then also errors in the capturing of the information. That's what we are investigating to conclude whether we can clear that 13, or we can also look at whether they actually exist and they've been paid and they actually. So we are at a point of clearing and cleaning that so that we can then correlate or look at the information. So that's why I was saying it is a bit difficult at the moment on the basis that we are still looking at the documentation that has just come through. But we should be able in the next week or so be able to clear that and then revise these tables accordingly to that. So that's where we are to actually clear that that information. With regards to infrastructure lifestyle, the current phase that we have just concluded on, phase 2.1, the 69, that report is being reviewed. It has recently been signed off by the head of SIU. It has been reviewed, is being reviewed now currently by the Director General. I think what we are then going to be doing as the next phase is to then determine the ranking, the rating, whether it's high, low, and medium. And then we'll be able to determine out of the 69, those that are part of the infrastructure and as well as procurement. But how we've also structured it, just to answer the question, is that you'll find that a person is in the infrastructure unit, has been subjected to the lifestyle audit, but is also a member of the bid committee, which is part of SEM aspect. So we're looking at it in that context so that it's not just officials in the SCM, but we also look at outside SCM who are participating in the procurement space because it's also a high-risk environment. So we are also looking into that. I think we can respond through you, Chair and DG, if we can just give you the highlight. I just need to go back to the report to look at the numbers out of the 400, give a breakdown of that number. Of those officials, not necessarily the names, but in terms of the different units, and then the numbers that we have identified in those units as part of phase 2. If maybe we can be afforded that opportunity to provide that in writing. Thanks, Chair.
It's acceptable. You need to forward it. Will be part of the resolution tracking and responses that are outstanding in our next meeting. I think it will be all in order in that way, Lwazi.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. And Tete Moremi.
Thanks, Chairperson. The question raised by Honorable Lekape around the PESAL system not being able to pick up these issues whilst we rely on supervisors. Yes, it's true. I need to acknowledge that the system we have, PESAL system, it's a government-wide system. It does not have a number of features that can assist in terms of what Honorable Letape is raising. And the reliance is much on saying managers manage people, and managers will then be the ones that would provide information to HR for HR to be able to act. If a person resigns, the manager responsible takes the resignation letter to HR so that HR can be able to act. But we are in the process as well, Chairperson, of developing other smaller minor systems, mainly to try and address the gaps that we see on the PESAL system and all those. And we're hopeful that at some point, we will be able to have an ERP that can be able to deal with almost all the issues that we have as challenges and gaps within the human resources management processes. Thanks.
Thank you. Members that are left without engaging the report, it's Honorable Matlangu. Can I get an indication whether Mankosi and Dlilange will want to engage? Because I can't see their hands. Matlangu, you may come in. Then Dlilange, you will follow.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to yourself, the Minister, the DM, the DG, and the team, colleagues on the platform. Chair, I think colleagues, they've asked a number of questions, but however, I also want to add, starting from the one of vacancy rate, one must say, Chair, I am worried with the pace that we are replacing this vacant position, because the speed at which these people are departing the department is unable to match the speed at which we are trying to replace them. So that's why I'm saying it's either we do not have the capacity as the department to match that speed. And one will also wonder what is impossible for us to advertise the positions and fill them. If you compare our department with other departments, they are at 10 to 11% at their vacancy rate, but we stay at 18%. That's why I'm saying we can't even match other departments. And whether the question that arises from there again is that, are we able to meet our demand? Are we able to service the people on the ground with the incapacity that we have? So that is my concern. Also, Chair, when you check, there are 19 positions that senior management positions that were interviewed since April 2026. But out of that 19, only 7 were appointed. And we are told that 6, it might be start on the 1st of not even the half of those management. So that's my worry where it rises. To say why do we do that? Because when we've interviewed 19, at least half of them, they should have been by now. But you report on 7. So out of what it has happened, the department, it has cited that the centralized HR delegation as a major challenge affecting the recruitment. And one will also check when will the revised delegation framework be implemented, and how this revised framework will improve the recruitment turnaround times. Chair, moving to the second report, well, there are 43 officials that we are told that they were erroneous. Mr. Mahlangu, I don't agree with this the way that how can you pay people mistakenly and for a period of time? You can't justify that thing. It is crime. You can't say you have paid the person. It is an error that I've paid you for a period of this time, and just like that, I don't agree with the usage of words, in particular the erroneous being paid. You must retract that statement. It can't be an error. At least you must justify to us what kind of an error. Why do you say it is an error? Paying a person who was not even employed. There was where you say even two officials they've terminated their employment contract. You still continue to pay them. You also classified it as an error. What kind of an error is that? It can't be a mistake. It is crime. It is criminality. And then those people. Another question actually that arises from that particular. What have you done with those who have paid them errors? What have you? Let's leave those who have of being unable to recoup that money back. Then these ones who have erroneous paid the people, in particular finance or whosoever who has paid the people. What have you done about that person? What have you done to correct even the measures that erroneous payment cannot even appear in future? The usage of word, I did not like it. And another question, Chair, when I'll be in conclusion, I want also to check from how often will these physical verification exercises be conducted going forward so that we prevent such erroneous payments on ghost workers that are going to be paid, then we justify it as mistakenly being paid. How often shall it be conducted? And another one, the presentation, it spoke about the automation that is in progress. What specific automation controls are being introduced, and why will they be? When will they be operational? Those control. I'm just rushing, Chair, to finish my 5 minutes. On the last presentation, Chair, I want to check how does the department ensure that officials who have resigned or retired or either being transferred that are being held accountable, or those who have been resigned or who have left the department, we just leave them to go unaccounted for or unpunished. Then there are 69 officials that you spoke about. When will the report be presented, the full report of these audited 69 officials that we want to see as the committee so that we digest the report? I think, Chair, I have exhausted my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlangu. I am Honorable Gelang.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, is on the problem of ghost workers. It's an area that I'm not interested that much now because I have not from any department seen a clear strategy or an approach to decisively deal with this question. It's a question that remains there and it will always be there up until there is a clear strategy or approach by the department, which are not convinced by what being presented to us today that it will assist us. And I think before I go to my question, we have to note that the departments need a solid plan to address capacity. For instance, if you look at the report given, the majority of those that are leaving in the next few years are not only high, but it's a cohort which is highly experienced, which some of them entered even in the department post-1994, which they carries an institutional knowledge and also the new constitutional and legal framework. An area that must be considered because if this issue of capacity is not being managed is going to give us a serious problem. The second issue I want to speak to, the question of communication. For instance, we must be concerned as the committee on how we get communication from the department. And also we have to look at how do we, also as the committee, we communicate with the department. But what is important is that we've got a responsibility as the committee to oversee how the DG and the department report first to the minister, as well as how the department work, both the minister, the ministry, the whole ministry, and the executive, how it works in terms of its work. Because if there is no coherence, it gives us a committee or put us in a highly disadvantaged area on how we can do our work properly. I wanted to comment on those things that, Chair, but I'm covered by other members on the questions that they've raised. Thank you so much.
Can we get responses for the two members? Mankosi uzofonela ukuthi wena uchanye. After that, can we get a response, Remy and Lazi?
Yes, thanks, Chairperson. The questions raised by Honorable Mahlangu and Honorable Jalange, the ones that relate to me are more or less related in terms of then saying that the rate of loss and the rate of getting new appointments done needs to be balanced. Yes, we are agreeing on that. It's a matter that we want to deal with to ensure that we implement the e-recruitment that will assist in terms of ensuring that the process of recruitment moves faster. But as well, something I just need to share is that yes, it is not only the interview process that assists in terms of filling vacancies, but we do have other control measures in place that we need to also comply with, such as sending the interviewed candidates for competency assessments. We wait for competency assessment reports, but over and above that, we have another control that is that we send all the appointments to internal audit for probity audit, such that we're able to ensure that the recruitment process that was done on each and every position was done correctly in line with the requirements and all those. So in the process of doing all that, we do experience delays, and those delays, we acknowledge them and we want to try and work on them to ensure that they do not keep on delaying us. The issue of the revised delegations, yes, we are working on that. We're waiting for the public service regulations to be amended to be in line with the Public Service Act. And as soon as that is done, we should be able to have revised delegations wherein you'll find that regional managers are able to approve some of the appointments at regional level. Some of the appointments can be approved by HRM, some of the appointments can be approved by the DDG, some by DG, and some by minister. We have agreed on that approach in the department. It is just that as and when we are implementing some of the changes that we want to bring into place, yes, we keep on getting other amendments and other requirements coming from DPSA that in one way or the other causes delays in the works that we do. I will end it there, Chair, and say the other questions and that Mahlangu will be able to handle. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and for the questions as well. I take note of the concern or the use of the terminology by Honorable Mahlangu on the issue of the error. Maybe one can structure it in twofold. One is to say, from an investigation point of view, it is regarded an anomaly that a person who has exited a system or exited an organization continues to be paid. That is an anomaly in terms of payment, because that person no longer is employed. However, Now, owing to the earlier explanation by Mr. Moremi to say, some of these, if you look at these, are cleaners who are also in the ambit of the other departments, like your Department of Justice. Now, when information does not follow through, or information does not come through in time, to then update the system on our side to then terminate, especially those that would have left without formal processes, it is seen as an error in the context that they are continuously being paid in error of the fact that there is no proper information and updating the information about their exit on the system. And I think that's how I looked at it in the context of that. But it should not actually, ideally, if it's information that is known by the department, that the person has exited in the system, is captured on the system, that the person, and we continue, then it's no longer an error because we know about it. It's no longer an error, it's a deliberate effort. And in that regard, then it becomes a situation. Now, then we said on the part of the recipient, knowing very well that they are no longer being employed, but they continue to enjoy, they received it and they continue to enjoy the benefit without reporting it, then you said it's a criminal. Then that brings another, hence we have opened a case against that in terms of the criminality aspect of. So I wanted to raise it in that context. Apologies if the wording sounded as though it was just a statement just thrown in loosely. Yeah, but it basically is that it's an anomaly from an investigation. It's an error in terms of the systematic issues of that, but it's also a criminal aspect that we have opened a case around that. Now, the second part on the issues of physical verification. Ideally, if systems were operating in the organization and there's proper, I think let's assume that there's proper automation and systems and there's regular monitoring of systems, there's audit trails on the systems, we wouldn't be getting to a situation of, dealing with these issues of, finding these errors. And I think the reason why the question you asked about physical verification, how often, this was as a result of the minister's concern around ghost employees, and then requested an investigation to happen. And then we said, instead of just investigating just the PESAR system, let's also verify the existence of these persons. And hence, this is basically the physical verification. Now, we are saying, now, when we go to the process of automating now, which is basically saying ideally, now, once we start automating, it's an end-to-end encryption system where we say from the recruitment point of view and from the allocation of the PESAL, the payslip, the bank details, and all of those, they are now captured onto this system. We call it an electronic document management system, and of which e-payslip is one of them. It also embeds the IRP5 with the SARS point of view. But over and above that, we are also embedding the supervisor aspect of confirming and verifying that information, where they will also draw that information with information around the bank details, the existence of the person, the correct information around that, because that information will then be monitored continuously on the system by HR to confirm what the supervisors are saying against what the system. So that's basically what we are moving towards in terms of that. Then it will avoid this physical verification based on manual system, but it will be more on random checks on the monitoring of the system, assisted by inbuilt audit trails in the system to deal with that. I also alluded earlier on that this automation also, we are bringing also the issue, there's a component that we have discussed with SETA as well called the ghost employee tracking. It also has that ghost employee tracking where it has also an element of a code, a particular code. We're also bringing into that so that at least we can do random spot checks to ensure that in future we can have this built in. So for now, it's basically physical verification on the basis of the manual systems. But in future, we're looking at audit trails as well as random spot checks to ensure that then information is updated, and we also safeguard safeguard the information as well as save the organization in terms of the cost. And I think I think those are some of the controls that we're putting in place. And again, through the DG and Director General and Minister, I think when time we'll be able to also provide that kind of information as well. Where are we in terms of that automation process? It's a 9-stage process. We've done the phasing of that status is done. The project initially, business case requirements, and the configuration, environmental configuration that has been done working with SITA and corporate services. We are at the stage where we now need to look at the system testing and user acceptance test, and then train, and then we go live. That's basically, we had left about 3 stages that we are left with, that we're trying to push as fast as possible to try and deliver on this one. This also is seen as part of our broader strategy, one, digital strategy, but also the issues of eliminating anomalies as well as saving costs for the organization as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mahlangu versus Mahlangu, do you still have a follow-up?
No, I'm fine, Chair.
Lelang, do you have a follow-up? In the absence of Honorable Lelang, Mangos.
No follow-up, sorry, technology was failing me.
Oh, okay. You can make your follow-up.
No, there is no follow-up.
Oh. Mangos, Chanyan.
No, Chairperson, thank you very much. I've greeted all members present in the platform. Chair, what I can say is that most of the things were raised by my colleagues. But Chair, I just want to indicate that on the issues raised by the colleagues, especially on vacancy rate, Chair, with regards to the slow progress on it, we would love to request the department to take this matter very, very seriously. It doesn't look well that every time when we are meeting, we'll get same reports that it doesn't show any progress. We are appealing to the officials led by the minister and the DG that please, can you please take this committee very, very serious? It can be correct that every time when we are having a meeting, we'll raise one and the same things that we have raised before. I don't want to get into those issues because all of them were raised. But I just want to check one issue or two. The notes indicate that in the years since the lifting of the memorandum by Treasury, progress has remained slow. Actually, it's not a question, it's just a comment, as I've indicated, that the slow progress of filling these vacancies is unacceptable, as well as the issue of the ghost employees that are unaccounted for. You may come with whatever reasons, Bab Mahlangu, but I don't think that they assist this portfolio committee. Going back, please try to make sure that you do things correctly and report progress in our next meetings that we are having, Chair. One other thing, Chair, is that when you start the meeting, you indicated that the minister and the deputy minister wrote a letter to you jointly that requested that the SSDU report be not dealt with now. And Chair, I just want to check because, or to raise my concern that we were of the view, or I was of the view that at least they are now starting to work together, because in some instances you'll find that the report will be tabled here and the DM will say, I know nothing about this report. But when they wrote the letter together, to me, it it became that, no, they're starting to work together and it's fine, of which it's what we are wanting to see as this portfolio committee. But when the DM speaks, you can see that there's no such. I don't know when are they working together and when are they not working together. That on its own, it's a problem, Minister and the DM. I don't know who's using one another between the two of you, the way you are doing things. Lastly, Chair, it has been said that the CFO has resigned to be the DDG. What is the reason for that? Why the CFO decided to resign to become a DDG? And who is the CFO now? Thank you very much, Chair.
Hey, can I get a response? But I'll be put it in this way. We are not going to get a response from the minister and the DM. Technical team, can you respond technically? Maremi, is there anything that you want to respond? Yes, Mankosi said he has a comment, he made a statement. Do you have something to rectify, to respond?
Chairperson, we note the comments by Honorable Nkosi.
Okay.
We will try our level best to improve the system. Yes, we are putting initiatives in place to address those gaps. And we're hoping that the next time we come back with this kind of report, we should be able to see some significant progress. Thanks, Chairperson.
Mahlangu, do you have something to say?
Chairperson, thank you. No, not much, but I think just to appreciate the comments and guidance from the committee, and I think one of the challenges that we are facing is that when we are requested by Parliament to present, you may find that what we are presenting is still undergoing processes here. I think we'll do make that clarity to say this is progress. It may not come to but it may provide conclusions. I think that's one of the things that I'm also picking in this regard, that when we then provide information where we have concluded the process, I think we will be able to provide a position whether X is done, Y is not done. That's one of the things that I'm picking in that. We do take the committee seriously, Chair. We try by all means to honor that and respect it. Thank you, Chair, and honorable members.
Honorable members in the delegation, I think,
Chair?
DG, Mankosi.
No, Chair, I wanted to say the question of the CFO is not been answered.
I think I see the DG's mic is on. Let me give him the opportunity to respond to that.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I want to indicate that the CFO did not resign. He asked for transfer, which was approved by the relevant authority. But I think what we may have to do, Chair, is to probably give an update to the committee for some of the key resignations and transfers that would have happened in the department so that the committee is kept abreast, including those who have applied for early retirements, etc., at high level. So I think we will do that if the chairperson allows in the next engagement. Thank you, Chairperson.
Mankosi, are you fine?
Chairperson, thank you very much. I'm welcoming their response, but let their commitments that made by Ntate Mo not becoming a lip service. We are tired of these promises, Chair. I must indicate, very much tired of these promises. We request that whatever that they are committing to do, they honor that. Can I check with the DG? What is the reasoning behind of the CFO to request to be transferred to be the DDG? Maybe can we be finished with that reason if the DG can do that to us?
I think, Chair, let me get information, probably I'll provide it in the next engagement, if that is allowed, Chair.
DG, it's unfair. You said it was approved by the relevant authority, meaning you know the reasons. All these people, they report to you. There's nothing that can happen without you. You only report to the executive, but all officials, they are under you. You know all issues that relate, unless otherwise you're saying.
Okay. Chair, let me answer what happened. Let me answer. All right. So the chairperson can remember and the committee can remember there was a DDG who was in the position of real estate investment services. That is May Suban, SASSA. And in terms of that vacant position, the CFO wanted a career path in property investments and saw that opportunity and requested to be transferred there as part of his career path and also his aligned studies that is pursuing. So, and then the relevant authority acceded to that request in terms of approving the transfer. Thank you, Chair.
Mamkosi, are you covered?
I'm covered, but the DG must stop this thing that he's doing, because he was literally running away. He didn't want to give us the reasons up until we are pressurizing him. I think it must not happen like this, DG. In future, please, when we are asking something, as the leader or as the accounting officer, please give us those answers, because you know the answers, as the chairperson has said. Chair, I will repeat on the issue of the minister and the DM. This thing that is happening is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. They must not pretend as if they are working together or they are fine. At the same time, when things suits one of them, doesn't take one other on board to the issues. It's not correct, Chair. We are preaching the unity here. They must go back and work together. They must not pretend as if they are together. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I think we have exhausted question and answer session. DM, I thought I said I'm going to suppress. I don't want you and the minister to respond on the last part of Mankos.
They must respond. They must respond. They must respond. We must hold them accountable.
Hey, let up. Don't do that again.
No, the minister and the DM must respond. Chair. They're on the platform.
No, it's fine. You must raise your hand and I must acknowledge you and say you can talk. If you do that, you will then start to have a problem with the decorum of the meeting. But you know, yeah, it's fine. I have my own thinking because I don't want us to end up being like we are in a kangaroo court. But I have a proposal because Mangos raised it little bit secondly for the response, but I really I wanted to check. DM, do you want to respond?
No, thanks, Chair. I would have left this issue and not responded if the DG didn't speak on what are the causal factors for the request of the CFO to leave. But remember that this is a statutory body. And I hope and wish that we are recording.
DM, bear in mind we are live streamed. What we are saying, we are telling South Africans.
Yeah, now my problem is if we leave the impression created by the DG, it will be unfortunate. People will leave if issues are not dealt with genuinely and objectively. So on this issue, may I request the portfolio committee on its own to assess whether people can work where they are under pressure. In the meeting of the portfolio committee in March, April, I presented a number of issues, which include people being under pressure for particular reasons. It is where I presented about SSDU in detail. And I must take you into confidence that I appreciate the opportunity created by the minister that we discuss that issue, hence the letter. But there are a number of pressures that are around that then make it impossible for other people, especially who are professionals, to discharge their responsibilities. I am, and I will continue to advocate for protection of people who are prepared to work. And therefore, I leave it to you, Chair, and the portfolio committee to assess issues I raised in April with this issue that is presented now. And the reasoning, I am also availing myself to give further information if it is needed. I will leave at that because I think we must not create an impression that these things are political when they are not, because some, they literally not about DAANC. They are not about Honorable Minister Macpherson NC. No, they are far than that, and we must be objective. And that's why I'm availing myself to favor you with detail. But when I talk about an administrative failure, so the CFO has requested to move to be the DDG. He has then started working as the DDG. It means so because he was introduced to here. Who is then the CFO? You will know that in government, there are vacancies that can be unoccupied. If the accounting officer is leaving or unable, in advance, there must be an acting person. I'm part of the department, but I don't know who's an acting CFO because it means there is a vacancy declared. And I think these are gaps that Mankos is underlining, but they are not about the minister and the DM as others might want. It is just that we can't keep quiet when wrong things are happening. We must be transparent and there must be standard operating procedures. You will know that in any department, the standard operating procedure will say there is a request for someone to be transferred. It goes through the DG. It goes for support or noting to the DM. It then approved by the minister. And the fact that the DM didn't know, it means there are no standard operating procedure in the department. It also means there is generally administrative collapse. But I do want to raise these issues to place them on record so that the future might not say, no, you left these issues, you didn't raise them. And in case we take them to further processes, which we can do individually as South Africans,
but also as public officials, we should do so having placed them on record here. Leave threats that are subjected to number of people in the department. And I think that will be processed internally. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. I think that we must also be very clear that we will never hold people hostage to positions. And the position that the DG has outlined in terms of Mr. Sitole's reasoning to be transferred is correct. I even personally engaged Mr. Sitole and said, are there any other reasons? There has suggestions been made, and he categorically told me, absolutely not true. This is a personal decision I want to make for my personal career development. And one has to take people at their word when they say that. And so I think that that's important to place on the record. There are also prescriptions and ways in which these things are dealt with, and there's a very clear legal framework of who ultimately approves or disapproves of transfer requests. And I am satisfied that that process was followed through as is required by either the regulations or the Public Service Act. And so I'm happy to have any discussions about anything going forward, but I think for the record that must be placed on the table. And to say correctly so that we are not prisoners. We are able to make informed decisions as individuals, and I respect that when people want to make those decisions, they do so freely. So I thought I would just place that before you, Chair, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Mankosi, your hands is still up.
No, Chair, I think I want to indicate to the minister here that when I asked this question, I didn't say people are held in hostage, because the way he is responding now, it seems as if I said people were held hostage. I never said that. And we've got every right to ask questions wherever we need answers, or we need to know what is happening. So no one said they've held people hostage. I think that one, it must be clear to him. Second to that, Chair, they've never indicated. I've asked the question that says, who is the CFO now? Because we know that the CFO has been transferred, as they're indicating, it's fine. But who is the acting CFO now? I thought that when he speaks, he will indicate the acting CFO, because the DG, I didn't hear the DG responding to that question. But on the issue of the hostage, no, I've never said that. Don't put the words in my mouth. Thank you.
Who is the acting CFO?
Chair, it's still Mr. Sit. Sorry, DG.
No, Minister. Sorry. Can I respond?
Yeah.
Yeah. Chairperson, Mandla is still the acting CFO. I think we will be advertising the position. Maybe let me say something so that also the context is understood. Sometimes when you ask someone a question, in a portfolio for something he didn't come for in the portfolio. It's always very good to say you will come back in some instances. And the reason for that is so that you can obviously provide the proper feedback that is aligned to that, so that at least at the end of the day, you don't then hold those people accountable for what they've responded to you on the information that they would have given you, because probably it's actually safe to say, as I've said to the chair, there's a lot of resignations, suspensions or dismissals that have happened. So maybe to request the committee to be favored with such a report that comprehensively explains these things, because I find it sometimes very difficult to also discuss personal matters of individuals they discuss with me, vis-a-vis also what they submit as well in the department and actually get approved by the relevant authority. So that is why I think, Chair, if you allow, and maybe the ministers allow that, we can prepare that report across everybody so that at least it covers some of this consent. Thank you, Chair.
Mankos. Chairperson, thank you very much. I think the DG, as he requested the minister to do that, I will request that by myself. Let us get all those reports. I understand, DG, if you don't have answers, but you can't say you'll come back even if you've got answers. No, that is not correct, DG. If you know the answers, just give us the answers and leave. You can't just say, I will come back to you, but you know the answer. Like now, you have responded. Why you were saying you'll come back, or you need to check somebody to say whatever that you want to say. Please, DG, I'm appealing to you as the leader of these officials here. We know that you've got all the answers in the department as the person that is leading the department. So, Chair, I'm closing by saying that let's get that report, please. Thank you so much.
Can I get the last part of hands, because I don't want people to be agitated. You know, when someone speaks, you start to get like you want to prophesy. Let's not do that. I'm not going to allow a process where you answer each other and we started well in a right foot. It's not like today being quiet. I'm not even asking questions. I've got my own way, because I don't want to put this meeting in a bad space for the last time.
I agree with you, Chair.
For the last time. Please don't make this to be difficult. I've said and I've conscientized everybody, we are live streamed. And it was even requested by our communication team to say, open up your videos, you are live. DM, let it be for the last time. I'm not going to open.
Maybe, Chair, I don't know, because I've tried to avail myself on these issues and tried to present. I would have not liked to reach this point, but let's do it. If the portfolio committee want me to make a presentation as a person or as a deputy minister on all issues that I have raised to substantiate what I've raised, I can make a written presentation. Committee. Thank you.
Minister.
Chair, I also have the transfer request from Mr. Sithole, and I'm happy to provide it to you, because what Mr. Sithole was dealing with had a direct implication on his life. That's how serious some of this stuff was, around contracts that had been awarded a couple of years ago. And I understand that people, also have to put their own families and lives before. So I'm happy to provide this to you, and it speaks directly to some of those issues that that he had to deal with, and that were highlighted to him by the SIU. So I'm happy to provide that to you, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we have come to the end of the answer and question session of the report that we got.
Chairperson,
Mankosi.
I'm sorry, before you close. I think the DM requested that on the issues that he substantiated in this meeting, he can provide us with an information. Can I request that the DM do that, please?
Chair?
Mahlangu.
I was unable to raise my hand. I also wanted a way forward, because we can't just always chair the DM and the minister, they talk contrary, then there's no way forward. At least there must be a way forward so that we fix this thing, because we are not going to go forward. At least if the DM, what the DM suggests, that if there's a day or we allow him and the minister to pray so that this thing can be put to rest. Thank you very, very much.
Matikizela then Letlape.
No, colleagues. This portfolio committee has a responsibility to hold the department accountable. And the department is represented by the minister and the DG. So we just cannot entertain whatever differences that exist between the minister and the deputy minister and start asking the deputy minister to do his own presentation at this meeting. That would be improper. So I want to caution us as the members of this committee. The people who lead the delegation of the department is the minister, together with the deputy minister and the DG with his team.
Letlape.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, you know, when we are confronted with a problem like this, we must not try to resolve an issue in a manner that we know is not going to resolve anything. My proposal is that let us look at remedial ways that the committee has when we find ourselves in a situation like this, where the deputy minister and the minister have got some misunderstandings of their responsibilities, and maybe if they've got, I would say, a broken relationship. Because as the committee, we've got a responsibility to play oversight on the executive, and they are the executive. And as and when we find ourselves in a situation where the executive, there's no center, or the center is not holding between the executive and the department, we must find remedial ways that the committee can use to try and intervene. And beyond that, there must be a submission sent. I mean, I don't know what Cabinet's role is if it does not check on the relations between departments and between ministers and deputy ministers since you are in a GNU. I don't know what the role of Cabinet is. You get there and you discuss what? If you don't discuss the health, the relationship that ministers and deputy ministers across political parties have. So let us try to find remedial ways that we have at our disposal to use as the committee to make the minister and the deputy minister appear before the committee. It can be an in-committee, and then after that, recommendations must be sent. But I do want to say that I'm very disappointed in the cabinet and in the president himself, because these people report to him, and he's not able to pick up that there's a problem. It can't be that a deputy minister comes and says there's problems within the department or within the ministry, and the president does not know about it. And cabinet sits every week. Every week we are told ministers are not available and deputy ministers are not available because they are attending cabinet meetings. I don't know what is being discussed there. If you don't discuss the relationship
that ministers and deputy ministers are supposed to have to be able to run departments effectively. So let's try to look at that. And if the remedial ways allow us to sit with both the minister and the deputy minister, we find time, we find a date, and we give them a slot to sit in committee, and we try to hear both the minister and the deputy minister, and then recommendations will come after that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Let me conclude the meeting by saying and express the feeling of the committee. And I want all of us to listen attentively, in particular the department and its delegation. We want to express our concern, Minister DM and the DG, about the weaknesses in how you report and changes how they are communicated within the top management. Holistically, that's what triggered Mankos in this discussion. And the office of the minister and the deputy minister, your communication line and with the top management, it's very bad. And I want to put it on record. This is a serious weakness and a concern. And this is very concerning as we are discussing the restructuring that requires a controlled manner of collecting information, analyzing it, and communicating it to one another. It is bad. And we're not going to leave it like that as if there's nothing that has been said. We had you, DM, we had you, Minister, and obviously we've had the DG. It does not mean we don't apply our mind. We therefore signaling that in the near future, we want to have a very close look at how the DG and the DDGs and as the ESCO report to the minister and the deputy minister, which is the mini top management, which is ministers' monthly meetings with top management. I think the committee has never looked at that to understand how do you report monthly, DG and your team, to the minister and the deputy minister monthly, and we get a record of those meetings. And in principle and legislatively, this is part of our oversight to strengthen how the minister and the deputy minister oversees the work of the DG and the department. And during this restructuring, this is even more important. We want to understand, when do you sit with the minister and the DM to report monthly on how do you deal with issues in the department, DG? We will inform the department further once this is scheduled in our program. I think we have been thinking you're going to find each other and you are not. I've raised a number of meetings that DG, even yourself, we could understand and get a signal that before you come to the meeting, you don't sit with your management and talk amongst each other, because you could even talk in different languages, starting from yourself as the technocrats. So I think we are going to schedule. The next Manco will find a date where we'll want to schedule. How are you reporting to the minister and the DM monthly in terms of everything that is happening? This is part of our work. And the other part, I want to refer you to the PFMA. You must go and look into section 39, 40, and I think going to 45. It will tell you how do we have to play our oversight. It tells us on a monthly basis, yourself as the DG, how you must conduct yourself. Therefore, and the executive, how they must conduct themselves, how they must come back and report to the committee. So it looks like now we need to monitor you like school kids. If those things were happening, we're not going to have what has just happened now. But the last part that I want to do, I'm proposing as the chair, on behalf of the committee, I want to propose, and it has been resolved in previous meetings, it's just that I did not follow up, because it has been resolved in a number of meetings. And
even in the absence of the minister, Luke was there and she can bear testimony. Priscilla, Luke, and the one for the DM, you are going to check the availability. If there's a need on the day of Women's Award, myself, GM, and the minister, I'll even inform Parliament. We are going to sit and discuss. If you don't have a proper date, the date that I propose, because it's an event and I believe all of you, you'll be there at the award. We are going to have a session, the three of us. This is uncalled for. We are no longer going to tolerate it, and it can be. Always, we get the sense that there's an information that is being done to whoever and the other one does not have. You are both executives, and the DG and the team, they must understand you are executives. They are not politicians. I propose this as a politician, as the leader of this committee. We are going to have a session, but we'll program it again in the committee to have a discussion and start. Maybe if we can remind you how you must operate and what is our role to play oversight on, and what is the DG's role and the minister and the deputy, how they must come and report to us, and what is the oversight role. We need to start. We are going to do and work on that. So in those few words, those are my parting remarks. I want to release the department and remain with the committee members. You may be excused. Thank you.
We have to leave.
You are
okay.
excused.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Priscilla, guide me. The next item, I believe it's minutes of the previous meetings. There's a number of minutes that we shifted. DM, can you excuse us? If he can't take himself out, can you remove the department delegation? We remain with ourselves and the media. It's fine. Hey. Honorable members, to be honest, it's disturbing. I'm happy that you add your view. All of you could see it's not good in the department. That's why we even get the shabby report. The quality of the report that we are getting, they are always questionable. But it is because of what we've just observed. I don't know. Honorable Bath, you want to say something before we do the minutes?
No, Chair. I actually just wanted to commend you on how you handled this section of the meeting. I was thinking to myself that if things continue like this, the 2029 legacy report will be a very sad one for the next committee to read. But yeah, I just want to commend you, Chair, and I look forward to just wrapping up these minutes.
Thank you. Priscilla, can you present the minutes of the 23rd, 22nd, 23rd, and the 29th of April? You just present them because I believe as members have commended you, you have sent them to them in time. Three.
Chair, I'm trying to display the minutes.
we can see them. We can see the 29th of April.
Honorable members, we therefore present the minutes of the 29th of April as they've been sent to you and displayed. Can we get matters arising from the minute? In the absence of none, can I get the adoption?
Chairperson,
Unkosi?
Chair, I move for the adoption of the minutes as full reflection. Thank you.
Seconder?
Delanga, Chair, second.
Honorable Delanga is seconded. Can do you have any contra review? In the absence of none, the minutes have been duly adopted of the 29th. I go back to the minutes of the 22nd of April. We present them to you as they are. Can I get matters arising? If not, then the adoption. Honorable Member.
Chairperson,
Matikizela.
I think there's one matter that is arising on these minutes. I don't remember getting the list from the ITT on the schools that they were going to embark on. I know that it's on the resolution tracker, but I thought I should flag it.
Can we go to that part as it has been displayed? Don't move. I think he speaks about the IDT. It's with regard to Matikizela, you refresh me again.
Chair, on the minutes, it's right at the end. Point number 7.
Oh, let's go down. On the resolution, what?
I'm saying I don't remember the ITT sending that list, this list of school project that will be embarked on. Maybe, yeah.
No, you don't have to remove it. It's you. What you are saying is that they've not yet finished us
Yes.
with that.
Yes, it's a
report.
matter arising. That is why I said it's part of the resolution tracker, but I'm flagging it
Yes.
because it appears in these minutes.
Okay. Can we? I move for the adoption. Can we get the adoption of these minutes with the matters that has been arise?
Chair.
Mankos.
Yeah, I move for the adoption of the minutes with the matters raised by Comrade Honorable Matikizela. Jesus.
Yes, he's a comrade. Can we get a second?
I second, Comrade Ngozi.
Okay.
Seconded. Is there any different view? In the absence of none, let's move to the third batch of minutes, the 23rd. They are displayed. There are the minutes. Do we have any matter arising, honorable members, on the 23rd of April?
Chair, If I can maybe just recommend that we move to the resolution of the minutes right at the end for each of them, just so we can refresh our memories. I'm sure we'll be able to quickly adopt from there. There we go. Thank you.
Here we're dealing with the CBE and CIDP.
Chairperson, I move to adopt. I think we just need to double check whether these have been submitted or not.
Honorable Bath has moved with the resolution tracker. I think that we have not still a matter arising. Yes. Seconder to the minutes.
I move for this.
I second, Chair.
Oh,
No,
okay.
Honorable Ngumalo has seconded. Do you have a contrary view? In the absence of none, the minutes has been duly adopted. Can we get another set? Approve. The minutes of the 24th June, where we were dealing with the PMTE quarterly report. Honorable members, we present the minutes of this meeting to your good self. Can I get by show of hands or a voice, whether it's a matter arising or a mover for the adoption?
I move for the adoption, Chair.
Honorable Matikizela is moved for the adoption. Seconder.
I second, Chair. Thank you.
Do we have any contrary view? In the absence of none, the minutes has been duly adopted. Can we have the other batch? Minutes are many. We shifted a lot. The minutes of the 10th June. Minute of the 10th June, it was a joint. The one that did not materialize well between ourselves and social development. We present them to you, honorable members.
Chairperson, I move to adopt. Honorable Bath, thank you.
Honorable Bath moved for the adoption. Seconder.
I second, Chair.
Honorable Matikizela is seconded. Do we have any different view? In the absence of none, the minutes has been duly adopted. It might be the last minutes of the 20th of, is it May?
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes. It was we're getting an appraisal of our oversight. We present the minutes of that meeting where we're getting a follow-up or appraisal of what happened, how far with what we have resolved with our oversight from Mpumalanga, Sea Point, Free State, George, all those, oversight. I therefore present these minutes to your good self. Can I get the move of the adoption or matters arising if there's any?
Chairperson, apologies. I don't find the feature to raise my hand. May I please come in?
Okay.
May we
Yes.
please request the committee to grant us an opportunity to process the amendments for these minutes to be accepted and incorporated after the adoption. There are minor amendments that we need to rectify.
Are you suggesting that we don't adopt them, or you'll bring them as an amendment?
Noted, Chair. Thank you.
Chairperson?
Yes, Matikze.
Just a correction on the minutes of the 20th of May. On the attendance register, Matikizela is mentioned on both those who attended and those who apologized.
And were you part? Yes, Matikze, I think it must be the day where you had to ask to be released early.
Yes.
So you must reflect on both. But it must be in bracket. It must
I
be
agree. Yes.
that you request to be released early due to other commitment.
Yes, I agree, Chair, because without that, it creates a confusion. So there must be an indication that, I left early.
Yes. Honorable members, there are the minutes. Can I get an indication from your good self as we have presented them?
I move that.
Honorable Mahlangu moved with the amendment and as it has been requested. Can I get a second? Are we not seconding the minutes? Do you have a contrary view?
And those who were there for the duration of the meeting, second, please.
I'll second, colleague. Sorry, just trying to unmute.
No, the minute has been seconded. Do we have a contrary view? In the absence of none, the minute has been duly adopted with amendment and as it has been requested also by the Secretariat. Do we have another set of minutes? How many are we left with?
We're left with one set of minutes, Chair.
Which ones? Because this is for today. What we have displayed. Can you flight the one that we are left with? I think the minutes of the 3rd of July. Can you flight it? Did we do the 24th of June?
Yes, Chair, we have done the 24th of June.
Number
I've
10th.
declared the 3rd of July now.
Okay. Can you flight the 3rd of July so that members can see?
3rd of July, it doesn't look like it's our meeting. I think it was a meeting between the chairperson. and the minister.
Oh, is it? Oh, by the way, we were on, or you were on constituents. No, it's fine. No, I think we must just leave it like that. Yeah, and put it as an informer. Oh, it's meant for to inform you how we deliberated with the minister. Honorable members, I think we've came to the end of our session or our meeting. My departing word is that it's a serious concern of what we have just observed, and I think there was a cry even before that the communication is not good, to be honest, and I want to put it on record myself as the chair. You know, since I've started to be in government, I've a belief that being the CFO, it becomes equally like the DG or the MM. These are powerful positions, but when it starts to be in a sense where CFO relinquishes powers and wants to go to something else, it raises eyebrows. But those are personal issues. We'll request them to present to us. It creates eyebrows, and that's where comes the lifestyle audit on its own. What is there that will make you shift from a powerful position, then you want to go down and all the stuff? It creates a number of questions in the mind, but I just want us to say we'll have to go back to our basis and start to double check and be very strict with the fact whose role is who and who plays which role. We must play oversight over the executive and the executive management of the department and its entity, together with the executive of the department, which is the minister and the DM, and maybe always remind them of their role. And I want to urge Shuraib Inez to assist me with also quoting the legislation that binds them. You must always assist me with giving me those specific legislations that allows us to question and go deeper to say the role of the DG in terms of PFMA says this and what you must do, and where do we get in as a committee, because we can't operate in this space. We don't see what we want to see. And one of you said our legacy report is just going to be a messy one. It makes us not to know even when we want to go and play an oversight, because always when you go for an oversight, there's a lot of questions. I was watching the correctional service portfolio. They are somewhere in Free State. They even move with their executives. You could see there is a progress. There is a working relation. And in that department, it's the same as ours. The DM is for a different organization. The minister is from the different organization. But when it comes to work, they do work jointly. They know what they are there for. So in this case, I think we need to go back to basis, and now it will start with myself. We are going to enforce, and we are not going to plead mankosi. Pleading, yes, is when you want not to want division. But in this case, we are no longer going to plead with them. We are going to enforce. If they continue like that, then it must be a red flag from us. South Africans, yes, must see that, Honorable Letlhape. And where it has to draw the president and the DP as the leader of government business, they must see, or then it means service delivery won't happen in this department. because there's a tug of war. Let it be. But with those few words, honorable members, I want to take this opportunity and appreciate you and really wish well all of you. But before we depart, I want to pass condolences officially to one of our support staff, Sis Tabi. She lost her father during our constituency period. And on behalf of the committee, we want to convey our condolences. And I believe that privately you did that, but it is important and becomes humanity for us to put it on record to say, your loss, it's not your loss alone, it becomes all of us, because when you are not happy, you can operate. It means it stops and hampers the entire work of the committee, because you have a critical role to play to the committee. And as I've said, there's meeting stand agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.